When I started Skyhive, from the very, very first moment I thought of Skyhive, responsible AI was going to be a core principle as to how we operated and built our technology. We don't strive to meet the bar, we strive to be the bar. And why that's important is because in this day of cognification, as data is becoming plentiful and people are starting to use data to make decisions, it's really important to have companies that are focused on the responsible use of that data. And so we believe in the democratization of data. We believe in transparency. We believe that each individual owns their own data and can control what happens with that data. And it's important to be a leader in this sort of modern way of doing business with technology, to not sort of cut corners, but to lean in and to be a thought leader in the space of ethical and responsible artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I definitely believe that responsible and ethical AI is appropriate in almost every application of artificial intelligence and machine learning now, in particular in sectors that leverage data that, like in our case, it comes from third parties, but specifically healthcare, understanding any situation where there's private data or privacy-oriented elements. There's also a huge opportunity with generative data sets in AI that we have to understand that if a machine is generating synthetic data, we also have to be very responsible in how we use that because this data didn't come from the real world. So that applies all across manufacturing, sort of more traditional industries that are now adopting AI, and all the way even to sort of some of the advanced use of sales and marketing tools where they're using personalized information to help improve a sales organization's outcome or a marketing organization's outcome by leveraging personal data in that process. So being responsible and ethical about that is very, very important in a wide variety of these sectors.
We see responsible AI as an awareness that the world's changing quickly, and at the same time, a decision not to be asleep at the switch. And that switch is into technologies that are rapidly improving, the human experience, but that also potentially remove human decision-making along the way. And so any decision that we're accustomed to making has human judgment embedded in it. And so we have to be extremely careful in creating systems that are, don't have that same judgment inherently built in. So there's a ton of work that needs to be done there. And if we're not careful, things get built and productized and launched that maybe don't do what we intend for them to do. So it's really important to be aware of really the power of this technology, fundamentally the power that it can be for helping people, but at the same time, there's a flip side to it where if we're not careful and conscious and really actively speaking about these issues within the community, that we end up creating things that we didn't intend.
The more companies that can adopt this and champion the cause, the better off we will all be as more systems simply begin to automate various things in our lives. So the better we can do as an industry to take an ethics first approach to how we use AI, machine learning, and data, it'll help humanity. That sounds very grand, but it's very, very true. We've seen lots again of challenging examples of facial recognition technology going sideways. So we all need to really do our part to make sure that we do the right thing with AI, machine learning, and big sets of data.
Since the sort of advent of ethical and responsible AI, I believe that the world is now, it now has a much deeper understanding of the ethics and the responsibilities around transparency and democratization of data. For example, 2.5 years ago, the Global Partnership on Artificial AI was created. It was endorsed by the G7, and there are 26 member countries that have signed on to develop the world's first framework for ethical artificial intelligence. We're starting to see organizations like the Federal Trade Commission become very knowledgeable on how to have explainability in artificial intelligence. And now we're starting to see recommendations and very imminently regulations that are coming with respect to the application of ethics to artificial intelligence, especially those that are impacting human lives.
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome to the first Pancanadian Conference on Responsible AI. I'm here with Bethany Edmunds. And before we start explaining the program today and also what are the institutions participating in this, Bethany, why you don't tell us how CascadAI started?
Sure. So in 2019, a bunch of us from both sides of the Canadian border in the Pacific Northwest, from Vancouver and Seattle, got together. We had noticed that there were a bunch of kind of pledges coming out. We realized there's a lot of interest in being responsible, noticing that AI is really an off-the-shelf product these days. And so companies are diving into it without necessarily realizing the implications. So a bunch of us got together and said, okay, well, it's one thing to sign a pledge. It's another thing to do something. And so what does it mean if an organization knows that they want to be ethical, they want to be respectful of their community? And yeah, sure, they can sign something, but what could they do? And how do we actually support individuals that want to move forward, and organizations that want to move forward? So this conference came out. The first one was in Seattle in 2019, and it was a bunch of organizations who had really done this before. They had already tackled some of the initial diving into artificial intelligence and said, well, what did I do? Right? And what did we do as an organization to make sure that the community wasn't harmed, both their community that they were serving, but the individuals in their community. So we moved forward and got together some experts in the field to then also put together a commitment to actually lay out the steps that it would take for an organization to really move forward in the space of ethical adoption of artificial intelligence. And I think that's the key difference here, is that we're talking about adoption. There's lots of responsible AI research, but how do we go from what's in theory possible to how do we actually adopt and use this technology in a way that is not harmful? And so that's where the CascadAI commitment came out from Northeastern's Ethics Institute, as well as lots of industry partners in Vancouver and Seattle. And so that's where we started.
Should we talk a little about the commitment? I can share it. So I will share it in the screen, the commitment, and you can tell us what is this commitment that could be one of the amazing outputs of this event. 1 second. Let me share it.
So I'll start talking about it while you do it. So
yes.
The idea of the commitment, again, after doing lots of research in the space, recognizing that, there's not a one-size-fits-all solution. So what do we do and how do we move forward? Recognizing that we're going to be representing multiple organizations, industries, countries. And so what does that even look like? And so it's actually a really open-ended commitment where there's 4 main tenets. And so the first thing that we ask individuals to do if they sign the commitment is to consult the community. And that's not, like I said earlier, not just your customers, but the actual community that you're involved in. And making sure that you know what kind of harm can be done. That's the reason for this sort of event, is to start being able to build those networks of people that understand and agree that it's a priority, but maybe not being in a finger pointing way, but in a supportive way. So what have other people done? How do we share best practices? And how do we move forward in, honestly, a very difficult space? So hopefully we can, and it's not just AI experts, right? It's business leaders, it's community organizations, recognizing that harm can come to different people in different ways. And so it's really important to be knowledgeable about that. The second step is to create a plan and to sit down and figure out for your organization, what does it mean? Where is the oversight going to come in? And today you'll be hearing about a lot of different plans that organizations have had and different steps that they've taken to be able to recognize, well, what might work for my organization? The third is the sticky bit, which is committing resources. What that means to your organization, I don't know. It can mean lots of different things, but the truth is, if you don't commit resources to it, it's going to be the side of a desk project, and organizations aren't really going to take it on. So really recognizing that in order to commit and to move forward, you really need to say, is it part of somebody's job? Are there financial resources where we're outsourcing auditing? What are you going to do in your organization, and how are you going to commit those resources? And then the last one, again, is part of this community of practice that we're building here at CascadAI, which is to communicate your progress. And so what that means is you'll see on the website, the organizations that have signed this commitment, there's a number. And next to that number is, where they are in their progress. And it actually shows what they're doing. And so this is, again, it allows for us to share best practices, see what each other's doing, and add some transparency to it. There's no, seal of approval. There's no organization that says this is exactly the right thing to do. But by being transparent, we can really, again, share what each other is doing, share our failures as well as our successes. Because if one organization has failed, that doesn't mean 10 other organizations have to fail in the same way, right? So how do we build this community to really say we all want to move forward, and what's the best way to do so?
So thank you, Bethany. And now we are taking this Western initiative to the whole Canada. And for that, we had the help of a steering committee coming from people in almost all provinces of Canada. So from Newfoundland to Nova Scotia, to Quebec, to Ontario, to Manitoba, to Alberta, and finally also British Columbia. In fact, the keynote we'll have in a few minutes is there in Vancouver too, Bethany. So you are representing the West, but we will have people, and I will explain later the program of all these places, almost all these places. So before we start with the program, let's acknowledge the people that is helping to do this. So we have the cooperation of Mangrove from Quebec, also from the Montreal New Tech. And there are two special partners that are funding this event. So the main one is the government of Quebec. So thank you, Quebec, for helping on this. And also basically is the Institute for Experiential AI. It's a distributed institution of Northeastern University that started last year that basically is now taking this commitment and organizing this. So I will just present one slide to introduce the Institute to everyone that doesn't know. Yes, we are almost only 1 year old, so we are kind of new. And we want to include not humans in the loop, but also humans in control. So basically, what do we mean by experiential AI? I don't know if you know, but Northeastern was the university that started with the co-op program in the beginning of the 20th century. That means that a student that couldn't afford to pay the university would work one term, 1 quarter per year, and then fund their studies. This model has been copied in many places. For example, Waterloo in Canada has the same model and allows other people to be able to afford the university. And that's why we have this practical view of AI that is experiential. So we don't want to do theory, but things that work in practice, and things that work in practice we have found that have these humans in the loop. So the human beings are really involved in everything. And as I said, I prefer to say humans in control, but people is using human in the loop because we are the makers, we are the builders, we are the designers. So we should be able to control whatever we create in ways that, as Bethany said, are ethical, are responsible. And we will discuss later in the last presentation of this morning with Cansu why responsible AI and not, for example, trustworthy AI. That is a term that's being used already in the US and the European Union. And the other thing that's important in experiential AI is data. And we have a very strong dependency on data, and sometimes the solution that people find is just to put more data in the problem. That's not always the case. We can have better algorithms. Many times, and this will be the majority of times, probably 99% of the problems in the world don't have big data. So we can use deep learning. So what do we do there? So we want to focus also on small data, the data that the small and medium companies have, and that many medical problems have because we don't have enough, for example, patients with this illness and so on, to also find ways to leverage machine learning in small data sets that still can give help to solve these problems. So this is our goal, and here you can see the website of the institute. It's ai.northeastern.edu, and if you want to see what we are doing, our events, we have 2 seminars every month, one to highlight the work of Northeastern, but also one to invite people like today, the keynote of today, invite people from the rest of the world to basically tell us about how to improve not only responsible AI, but any other aspect of AI. So let's now look at the program. So we will look at the program, just an introduction. You will see who will talk during the day.
So the conversations today will be from some different organizations who have been doing this work. Hopefully throughout the day, you'll learn some different tips, interesting points, experiences that organizations have had. There are also some professors that are through today's call, and so people that have been researching ethical AI, but also have been watching it be put into practice. So again, we're using Hopin today so that we can network, we can communicate. Please use the chat to really get the most out of being together and recognizing that we're all in this together. We're all trying to figure out what to do next. The truth is, when this came out several years ago, everybody's like, yes, let's do it. And then there was almost like a stumble. There's a bit of because it's easy to say, yes, we can do it. And then it's much harder to say, okay, but how and where are we going to do that? And so today's gathering is really to recognize that where we are is something that we all have to work on. And that we need to lean on each other to figure out where the best practices are, what to do for your organization, and how to move forward. So the speakers today will be talking about some tips that they've done, some approaches that they've taken, and please engage, again, like I said, in the chat or with each other. If some of you have tried some things, it's great to share that. It's great to reach out to see how we can build on the work that each of us has done individually to make sure that we're moving forward.
Yeah. So sorry for the issue from internet. So let's go quickly to the program to then introduce the keynote. So after the keynote that will start in 5 minutes, we will have a presentation from Ottawa. So Tracey Lauriault from Carleton University, and she will talk about AI for good. Then we will continue with Cansu, the founders of AI Ethics Lab, and also now the ethical lead of the Institute for Experiential AI. And we will have like a fireside chat about responsible AI, ethics principles, and how we see responsible AI, and why we are using responsible AI and not, as I said before, trustworthy AI. And then the last presentation from the morning will be a gender in AI with Katrina Ingram from Alberta, the founder of Ethically Aligned AI. Then we will have a break, half-an-hour break, and then we will have the second session that is a bit longer than on the afternoon. So basically, first we will talk about why context is key for responsible AI with Shankar, the director of the Policy at the Responsible AI Institute. Then we will have a person from Manitoba, Neil Ternowetsky, the CTO and product manager of Trainfo Corp, and he will talk about responsible machine learning solutions for North American supply chains. Then we will have Kate Larson from the School of Computer Science at the University of Waterloo. She will talk about Cooperative AI. And finally, we will have first bias and fairness in AI systems with Graham Erickson from Alta ML. This will come from Alberta. And finally, we will have how to choose an AI vendor with Sergey Bukharov, the Chief Customer Officer at Skyhive. And this will come from British Columbia, from Vancouver. And then we will have a small panel at the end to finish this event. So it's my great pleasure to introduce now the keynote of the conference. The keynote is by a very well-known person in human-computer interaction, Ben Shneiderman. He's emeritus professor from University of Maryland. But now he's in Vancouver, so he's connecting also from Canada, so representing the West Coast. And why I invited him? Well, because he's the author of this new book, Human-Centered AI. So Ben, I need you to sign it at some point. Whenever we see each other, I hope that happens. And Ben has been one of the first persons working on what to do to basically have responsible AI software. He's a fellow of the American Association of Science, also of the ACM, of the IEEE, the National Academy of Engineering, and the Visualization Academy, and a member of the U.S. National Academy of Engineering. So his work in human-computer interaction, his book in human-computer interaction is really well known. And today, Ben will talk about basically a lot of content from this book and probably other recommendations that he has, 15 recommendations to build responsible AI. So Ben, thank you for being here. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Rick. It's really impressive. You put together a terrific program today, and I appreciate the honor you've given me to be the keynote to open this event. I've always been impressed by Northeastern's outreach and working with industry, its internship programs, and I'm just very proud that one of my students, Cody Dunn, is on the faculty of Northeastern. So it's that pleasure that I begin with. So let me go to the okay. And there you go. I hope so. The topic for today is human-centered AI, a term that I've chosen that I'd like to explain to you. And the central part of it is to ensure human control while increasing the levels of automation. So I'm always happy to wave the flag and represent the University of Maryland's Human-Computer Interaction Lab, which just held its 39th annual symposium, now on its 9th director, Jessica Vitak, an interdisciplinary community that's between computer science and the College of Information Studies, as well as other groups around campus, including the wonderfully titled Maryland Institute for Technology and Humanities, MITH. You can visit our website to learn more and see 1,000 tech reports, 200 videos, and all of our project reports. I hope some of you know me from my book, Designing the User Interface, now in 6th edition, requiring 5 co-authors to tell the story of the remarkable impact of this modest-sized discipline on the technology we use today, from e-commerce to mobile devices and social media and so on. It lays the foundation for my thinking, and I hope will be useful to you. But today our focus is on human-centered AI. And The question is, what do we mean by human-centered AI? Well, there's lots of parts to the definition, but I'd like to focus on the idea that we seek to amplify, augment, empower, and enhance people. That's the goal. It's not about the technology, it's human-centered, and therefore involves a set of processes and goals and guidelines about how to make it a human-centered technology that focuses first on people, that uses human-centered processes, participatory design, user testing, and the ways that user experience design has been developed over the past 40 years, but now shifts it and applies it to the world of AI. It's a set of applications and guidelines that clarify that humans are in control, that machines are understandable, that their behavior is predictable, that we can get what we want done. So that's the story. There are three parts to this talk. The first is the HCAI framework, and then we'll move on to the design metaphors, and then we'll deal with the governance structures that make it possible to implement. So the HCAI framework is a new way of thinking about design of technology. And so it goes back to 1986 with the first edition of my book, where there was a section called Balancing Automation and Human Control. And I was repeating the ideas that had been prevalent for 40 years, motivated by the work of Tom Sheridan. And he suggested that there was a single dimension of human control to computer automation. You could have low human control, a 0, or you could have full computer automation, a 10, and that there were these 10 stages. And as a designer, you got to choose some point along this one-dimensional scale. And that implied a zero-sum game. That meant that if you increased automation, you necessarily reduced human control. And I bought into that. But over the years, I became less and less comfortable with that as I looked at the examples of success stories of digital cameras, of mobile apps, and so on. And I came to understand a new way of thinking. And that new way said we should work to ensure human control while increasing the level of automation. When I first wrote that, it was a little bit peculiar to me. Even I couldn't get my hands around that. And I began to realize the way to think about it. And it meant that there were really two separate dimensions, that there could be low or high human control and low or high computer automation. And that story was published in March 2020 in the International Journal of Human-Computer Interaction. And the way I'd like to present it to you is a two-dimensional layout here. And it suggests there are 4 quadrants to think about. We usually think about high levels of computer control, where an embedded pacemaker in your chest operates automatically. It's full computer control. And an airbag deployment in your car, which has to work within 200 milliseconds to be effective. No time for human intervention. And there are lots of examples that fit the situation of computer fully in control. But I came to realize there were places where full human control was what I wanted. Riding my bicycle, playing a piano, playing with children. These were places where you wanted to be creative, you wanted to be in control, you were responsible for the actions, and you wanted to be autonomous. So human autonomy became an equal goal to computer autonomy. The sweet spot of where we're going with many designs is to build reliable, safe, and trustworthy designs, such as in the common elevator, where there's a lot of AI in current elevator systems, managing the flow of elevators and optimizing performance. Yet when you walk up and press the button, the light goes on and it shows you the elevator will be arriving soon. The doors open, you get inside, you press the 6th floor, the doors close, and you go 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th floor, the doors open and you're there. You got what you want. The impression you had was that you were fully in control. Okay? Similarly, the digital camera, my favorite example. There's a high degree of AI built into the algorithms of digital cameras to manage the shutter and the focus and color balance and reduce hand jitter, many, many ways that AI gets put to work. But it is you who points the camera, who zooms in where you want, and then clicks for your decisive moment. It's your photo. You created it. You're in charge. And that's where we want to go. The preview of seeing what the picture will be like before you click is the essential feature that makes that so attractive. So those are the quadrants, and we'll be looking at examples of them. But there are dangers here because there can be excessive automation, as in the Boeing 737, where the designers felt they could so thoroughly, effectively make an autonomous system that the pilots did not even know that it was engaged. There was no visual display, there was no feedback, there was no obvious place where they could turn it off. It was excessive automation, which resulted in 2 tragic crashes that were deadly. On the other hand, we can also have excessive human control, where people are put into danger. This has long been an understood problem in the world of human factors, and so designers have built interlocks or guards to prevent things from going wrong. In the simple case of a self-cleaning oven in many homes, if the temperature goes above 500 degrees Fahrenheit, 600 degrees Fahrenheit, the door can't be opened because the consequences would be quite severe. And so those kind of interlocks are built into a lot of systems, especially life-critical systems in transportation, medicine, and so on. So that's the basic idea. We can look at this two-dimensional quadrant, a two-dimensional layout, and let's apply it to the case of pain control. From the times of World War II, morphine drip bags with no automation were the standard. A plastic bag with morphine would drip, 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 drip in a regular way. And often this was very effective. But there were 2 dangers. There was too little morphine, in which case the patient would be in pain, or too much morphine, which would potentially kill the patient by slowing their breathing and heart rate. And so the automatic dispenser that measured human heart rate and breathing rates was built to reduce the danger of excessive morphine. But it did not allow the patient control. And so the movement went to patient-guided dispenser, where the patient had a trigger they could pull to get more morphine. But at the same time, the designers prevented excessive morphine by limiting the number of times you could get an extra dose of morphine on a per hour basis. So those were the strategies that opened up the doorways to new ideas. And the current directions are patient-guided but clinician-monitored systems, where the patient can have control, but the clinician monitors performance. And in some hospitals, there's a central control room that may monitor 30 or 40 of these devices and collect the data about how performance is going so as to improve the algorithms for future users of these devices. Okay, so opening up our mind to this two-dimensional thinking offers us new chances for creative design. One more example would be wheelchairs. The 100-year-old heavy wooden wheelchair was a pushchair that required a caretaker, so no automation there. And then robotic ones, which automatically navigated to a destination. Our hand-powered and user-guided ones, which allowed some users to move on their wheelchairs on their own. And it led to creative variations such as wheelchair races and wheelchair basketball and so on. So that opens up the other possibilities. And the current directions are toward motorized, joystick controlled, but teleoperated and programmable, so that we can ensure that the wheelchair is being used in a safe way and collect the data that will improve future uses of wheelchairs. So that's the first principle I want you to take away, to open up your mind to thinking about this two-dimensional layout where you can have low or high human control and low and high computer automation. The second part of this talk focuses on the design metaphors. First, just some philosophy. My outlook is aligned, let's say, with Margaret Bowden's, that robots are simply not people. And Joanna Bryson says humans, not robots, are responsible agents. And so this leads to three principles that guide the design of future systems. Human responsibility. Only humans are liable legally and morally. And so whatever technology is used, it's the human who's responsible for what happens. Second, computers have distinctive capabilities, sophisticated algorithms, huge databases, superhuman sensors, information abundant displays, and powerful effectors. And if we think about robots as people, we may miss the use of these distinctive capabilities. We'll take a look at some examples. Human creativity, the passion, empathy, humility, and intuition that people have is really distinct. I tend to celebrate what I see as the distinctive human capabilities. So this results in a rethinking of the language and the metaphors we use. The old language of intelligent agents or thinking machines, and then teammates or collaborators, assured autonomy, and social robots were what inspired a lot of people's participation in this kind of research. They're compelling ideas, they're charming, they're attractive. However, I think they often lead to suboptimal designs. And so I've shifted my thinking and language to these new metaphors of super tools, AI-infused super tools that extend human abilities and empower users, of telebots that allow remote control and boost human perceptual or motor skills, of control centers that ensure human oversight, and then active appliances. So these are new ways of thinking, but let's take a look at some of the examples of how they've worked out. I've already said my favorite example is of digital cameras, and you as a user have a high degree of control over the image that you select and the lighting and the focus, and automation is provided, and you get a high quality image. It used to be 30 years ago that only 10% of the population were experienced photographers who could reliably get a good picture. And now we have maybe 70% of the population who can reliably get a pretty good picture. And these tools also are very social. They allow easy sharing of images. And so that's a good model for future designs of many systems. Similarly, navigation devices. Here I plotted a route from the White House downtown in Washington, 8 miles to College Park, where the University of Maryland is. And it gives me, through its AI machine learning algorithms, 3 choices and gives me current information about where the bottlenecks are and estimated times. And then I get to choose what I do. So it's AI providing opportunities, recommendations, and alternatives. And then I get to preview it and I get to go. Other applications, I type University of Maryland and I get many recommendations for text or search auto completion, but I choose what I want. Spelling correction has the same idea, a gentle reminder that there may be a problem, a choice of an alternative, and then the user gets to decide what they want to do. And so the mantra here is preview first, then select and initiate when you're ready, and then manage execution. You can change the route you're going anytime you want during the trip. You're not locked in. You're in charge. You're in control. That's what I mean by a super tool. A larger, more ambitious one is the Bloomberg terminal, where Bloomberg takes in 1.6 million articles per day and uses natural language processing AI algorithms to filter, organize, cluster, group them, and present them to the user in ways that enable them to get what they want done. Each user can tailor the choices that they get. There's a lot of information, but this design of a spatially stable and tiled, not overlap display gives you a user a great deal of control, and very quickly they can scan from one to another, get the information they want, and take the actions that they need to take in a very rapid way. That's an effective idea. And that's why more than 350,000 people around the world pay more than $20,000 a year to have something like this on their desktop. The idea of a Bloomberg terminal for medicine, for transportation, has been spreading. We see active appliances moving out to the household. The Google Nest gives you increased control over the temperature in your house while maybe reducing energy consumption. The Roomba iRobot cleans your house. It's an automated device that I have and have been using for a long time and find to be useful. It has its problems, but it gives me a better way of ensuring that the house remains clean. Other devices around your house, dishwashers, clothes washers, are increasingly being filled with AI algorithms, but you are in control. It tells you how much time is left. You can change, you can stop, you can take the shirt out to dry by hand. There's many changes you can make in the process of the use of these devices. Another one I mentioned, the pacemaker, which formerly had been seen as an autonomous device embedded in your chest, but now users can control the pacemaker to account for whether they're going to be active or restful at certain times. They can change that. And at the same time, the physicians and the manufacturer can monitor tens of thousands of these devices and tailor their use better for different classes of users. And so that strategy of reliable, safe, and trustworthy that has different levels of control. The patient has local control. The manufacturer, the physician, may have control over longer periods of time. The class of telebots is yet another discussion issue. Some people will tell you that the Mars rovers are autonomous, and they are up to a point. They can automatically navigate around obstacles. They can avoid precipices. They can turn the solar panels to be optimally placed. They can turn the antennas to be pointing just in the right place. On the other hand, there are 80 people at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab who control what's happening. They make longer-term choices about what the missions are. They choose opportunities that arise that may be unexpected, and they repair the problems that may come up with the Mars rovers. And so this blend of a degree of autonomous action for rapid performance and then human control for others is a common strategy. It's the same thing in airplanes. The jet engines may operate autonomously on the speed of seconds and even minutes, but the pilots are in control over the directions of the flight, and then ground controllers and airline managers make decisions about rerouting, etc. And so that balance of human and machine control is what we seek in many applications. Another important telebot story is the Da Vinci surgical system, where the manufacturer says on their webpage, robots don't perform surgery. They get that right. Your surgeon performs surgery with Da Vinci by using instruments that he or she guides via a console. And so while the journalists love to write the articles about how robot surgeons are better than human surgeons, really what they mean is that surgeons who use these advanced telebots are more effective in producing safe and successful surgeries. The control center idea is the fourth metaphor, and the idea that these devices are being managed at scale by central control centers, here a hospital center, is becoming more and more common and well understood. Here's a counterterrorism center. Again, people can be working together. There's a great deal of information in these information abundant displays. They can plan missions. They can decide what to do. They can respond promptly and change the directions. And so, this leads me to my central belief here, Not humans in the loop, but humans in the group. Computers in the loop. People are social. People want to work together. And so this bumper sticker tells the story. We need computers in the loop, but it's humans in the group that actually are the guiding force in successful applications. Okay, so that's the second principle of the design metaphors. And the third topic is governance structures, that there are many strategies needed to make the idea of AI algorithms successful. And I've put these into a diagram that shows 4 levels. And the core technical one of reliable systems are what happens in software engineering teams of 3 to, let's say, 15 people. And we'll talk a little bit about the technical practices that these groups can engage with. But each team, there may be dozens of teams at a company, is guided by the safety culture of that company. And that requires leadership commitment to safety, the hiring and training of the right people, common frequent reviews of failures and near misses, open discussions of those problems, internal reviews of what's happening, and then industry standards that will guide their work. Each of the companies or organizations may be embedded in an industry. And there we see the idea of trustworthy certification by independent oversight. This is increasingly important, where we see the rise of auditing firms like KPMG and Ernst & Young and PwC as firms that are taking on the role of auditing AI systems. As you may know, most publicly traded corporations are required to have internal audit committees, and they're required to have external audits as well. The internal audits are effective, and the external audits add a layer of protection and safety and prevention of fraud. And so we see that happening increasingly. Insurance companies are another force for trustworthy certification. They've been effective in the building industries and medical care and transportation. And now it seems like an opportunity to be involved in making sure that we have safe driving cars, not just self-driving cars, but safe driving cars. And the puzzle for insurance companies is whether they should charge more or charge less of insurance for those owners of self-driving cars. That's still being sorted out. We hope for having safe driving cars in the future that will give us greater flexibility and reduce accidents. That's the goal. How do we get there is really the question. NGOs, civil society, and professional societies also have roles to play. I won't have time to talk too much of them, but let me leave it here as further reading. Government regulation is another possibility. While industry sources may often complain about regulation inhibiting innovation, it does not have to happen that way. We have a history of regulation for automobile safety and for fuel efficiency, which triggered vast innovation in the field of automobile design and development. And now the automobile manufacturers are great enthusiasts and promote the safety and fuel efficiency of their cars. We see this has happened also with the European GDPR regulations, which required explainability. And that movement began 6 or 7 years ago and triggered tens of thousands of papers about explainable AI. And we're going to take a look at that idea in a little more depth here. I'll focus only on the team issues. There are 5 recommendations for the teams and then 10 more beyond that. But the 5 recommendations for software engineering teams are to add audit trails to systems like the flight data recorders in aircraft, which have made civil aviation so safe. I think we need a flight data recorder for every robot or every AI system, and so that you could retrospectively review and analyze what's happened. A related idea is the incident reporting systems. Many the Food and Drug Administration in the U.S. and many other countries has a public site for reporting adverse drug reactions. And Sean McGregor's AI incident database already has 1,300 public reports of problems that have emerged in the implementation of AI systems. So those kind of tracking systems and audit trails will become an important part. New software engineering workflows have been proposed by Google, Microsoft, and other companies. That's happening. The verification and validation process or testing is also being refined and tuned to the needs of using machine learning and deep learning algorithms. And then the bias testing to improve fairness, not only the study of the databases that are being used, but whether the results are really fair for users. This becomes important in life-critical decisions about parole, about hiring, and other applications. We'll focus here on explainable user interfaces, and I'll take just a little time to give an example of how that might play out. The literature on explainable user interfaces has focused almost entirely on retrospective explanations, and the question being whether those explanations should be local, discussing the needs of a particular user and their particular request, or global, explaining how the AI system works. And while retrospective explanations may sometimes be effective, I must say I've had a hard time finding good examples of successful retrospective explanations. If you have some, please let me know. The new goal, I suggest, is to prevent the confusion and surprise that necessitates the use of an explanation. So I'm looking for what I'll call prospective user interfaces that are interactive, visual, and exploratory. Let me give you an example. A common story, and here's a simple, very simple example of a post hoc or retrospective analysis. You enter a request for your mortgage. You want $375,000. Your monthly income is, and your liquid assets are. You click on submit, and you get a result. You get a decision. We're sorry, your mortgage loan was not approved. You might be approved if you reduce the mortgage amount requested, increase your household monthly income, or increase your liquid assets. This is considered to be a pretty good retrospective or post hoc explanation, because it focuses locally on the issues that you've dealt with, and it tells you a little bit about what you could do. You could reduce the mortgage amount, increase your household income, or increase your liquid assets, maybe by borrowing money from family members. However, it doesn't tell you how much. It doesn't tell you which one is the sensitive one. And so a better strategy might be this kind of visual sliders where you can adjust the amount you request for the mortgage. And if you move this slider to the left, you get more blue, your score goes up and gets closer to the score needed for approval. You can possibly increase your household monthly income, but that might be difficult for you to do. And then you could increase liquid assets by borrowing money from family members. If you move that to the right, you get more blue, you get closer. And with this kind of interactive exploratory interface, you can understand the sensitivity of the score to the three different variables. Yes, this is a small example of just 3 cases, but increasingly I'm finding applications on the web show this idea. Here's a playful one from a group of British librarians to make a recommender system for novels. There are a group of sliders, and you can select up to 4 of them, and you can slide from funny to serious, from beautiful to disgusting, from no sexual content to explicit sexual content, or from optimistic to bleak. And as you move these sliders, immediately the screen updates, and you get new recommendations. So there's never a concern about why did that happen. You know why it happened, because you move the slider. Newspapers are adding sliders for control of politics, sports, and entertainment. You can get more or fewer recommendations of each category. And I think these are very powerful ideas that are spreading, and I've seen mortgage application forms have these kind of sliders as well. So that's the story, and let me try to summarize. There's 3 principles I want you to take away. The first was the 2-dimensional HCAI framework that shows low and high human control and low and high computer automation. Remember, though, the dangers of excessive automation and excessive human control, and the goal being to get reliable, safe, and trustworthy systems that gives users control, that makes systems understandable, and their performance predictable. The second idea is of changing the design metaphors and emphasizing the idea of AI-infused super tools, telebots, control centers, and active appliances. The third idea is the set of governance structures. There are 15 recommendations in the early version of the paper presented in the ACM Transactions on Interactive Intelligent Systems and expanded on in the book. So those are the strategies that we'll take to embed AI algorithms in a social structure, in a management structure, where we can track the problems that appear and thereby promote continuous improvement that will reduce dangers to users. Ricardo kindly mentioned the book, and that's been my effort for the last few years to tell the story in a full way. It's gotten some very nice reviews. In the UK, Brian Clegg said it's one of the most important AI books in the last few years, which made me feel really good. And Forbes magazine, widely read management magazine, said excellent introduction, valuable to management who need to both understand how to better direct AI development and require appropriate AI to solve market and social challenges. Virginia Dignam from Umea University says a tour de force, an increasingly important topic of human-centered AI, a must read. So these are guides for management, but also for researchers and for students to understand what it takes to make a system human-centered. The book has a framework for thinking about human-centered AI. We're guided by the basic ideas of supporting human values, of human rights, of social justice, and of individual dignity. Those are really central to the thinking. But they manifest in the goals for individuals of promoting individual self-efficacy, not taking away their control, supporting creative explorations, responsibility, and the necessary social connections. Remember, humans in the group, computers in the loop. And then the design aspirations, which are to go to reliable, safe, and trustworthy, the 4 levels I described of team, organization, industry, and government. The 3 parts I've mentioned here of framework, metaphors, and governance are central. But I want to add here in this discussion a reminder that there are many, many classes of stakeholders. I list just 5 of them here. We often think of the researchers who are developing new AI systems, the developers who are building commercial systems, the business leaders who manage them, the policymakers who may have to regulate or set standards for their use, and then the vast number of users and the very diverse numbers of users. The context of use makes enormous difference. And so we have to appreciate that the user community is not just a unity, a monolithic crowd, but it's very diverse sub-communities, including users with disabilities and people with challenges coming from literacy and other limitations they may have. And we always have to keep in mind that there are threats to these designs. The malicious actors, the terrorists, the criminals, those who promote misinformation and disinformation. We have to build our algorithms so as to prevent these, and we have to build our systems to monitor. So if these should arise, we can react quickly and limit their damage. We have to be aware of the dangers of bias, which would promote unfairness to distinct classes of users, and the dangers certainly of flawed software that just doesn't work quite right. So that's the large framework. I just want to steer you. If you want more, there's a weekly Google group which I post on Wednesdays. If you want to join that group, please do. There are more than 2,300 people on that, and it leads to lively exchanges that come to me, and then each week I provide a summary of what's happened. We do have a Twitter account. Please follow us on Human-Centered AI, a Wikipedia page, and a website. So those will provide you with further information. And just remember, in closing, the future is human-centered. We want to build systems that enable people to be more effective, more powerful, and to get what they want in life. So that's the story. Thank you for your attention, and I'm glad to start with questions and look forward to a lively discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Great talk. I already have many questions, but I believe there are some questions from the audience. So let's start with those.
Which everyday technology should we be most ethically concerned about? Where should we focus to make immediate progress? Good question. I would say the most problematic are the social media, where misinformation and disinformation spread rapidly. And there are ways to limit that. I mean, certainly the bots, which may be a small number, as Elon Musk suggests, but they are responsible for a large number of the problems that appear. And so I think we should expect that Facebook and Twitter and other social media platforms do a much better job in limiting dangerous content. I know this is difficult. I know that they have many people already at work on this, but we need a better solution to limit political interference, to limit hate and bullying and the misinformation that can be so disruptive of social society. Now, the strategies here are not only to give the individual better control. That's often suggested. But most individuals don't have the knowledge, time to take that kind of control. And so what we want to do is introduce intermediate structures and organizations that will enable them to take control. So if you are a reader of the Toronto Globe and Mail or the New York Times, you can appoint them as the editor for your social media. And they will then be able to choose which accounts to follow or not follow, and you'll align with those. You can make your own adjustments, but it should be possible to have powerful forces intervening to make those kind of adjustments. So that's, I think, the number one concern I have. Thank you.
So there's
Other question?
Yeah, there's a second question that comes from London. Well, no, let's read this one first.
Who do you think shall be held responsible, accountable if ethical AI does not perform ethically? It's very clear that there is a human or an organization that's responsible. And so the important step, the predecessors, is two important steps. One is to clarify responsibility. The idea of suggesting that the machine is responsible is what's really dangerous here. We want to make clear who built this device, who's operating it, who's managing it, who's maintaining it, and is there a way of getting in touch if you feel that the system is not performing ethically or properly. And so we have to tune this, as we have for all other technologies. We have a trace that goes back to the human source. The medical community is very aware of this. Hospitals have review boards. They track the performance of surgeons and physicians. Airlines similarly track carefully the performance of airplanes and pilots. And so we need to do the same thing. We need to have a better monitoring system of how AI systems are performing. It's not enough just to build the algorithm. We have to embed it in a social structure, which gives control over the continuing use, because usage changes over time. And so that's what we have to understand. Thank you.
So as we have plenty of time for questions, and we have already many questions, let me go a little further on this accountability issue. And let's remind the people in the audience what happened with the Uber when a self-driving car killed a woman in Arizona in 2018. In 1 week, Uber basically settled with the family to make sure that they will not be sued. But the Arizona state had to do something because a woman died in a public road. And then who was charged was the poor Hispanic woman that was as a backup of the self-driving car because she was watching a video, because the car was working almost all the time until that time. And at the end, she was sentenced to 1 year at home without being able to get out. What do you think about this case? Because it doesn't look like the real accountable suffer much.
Yes, I don't know that case. Thank you for telling me about it. So, I mean, we'd have to look further. But you're saying that the woman who was in the self-driving car?
Yeah, the person that was basically as a backup. Like if something happened, she had to take the wheel and do something, but she didn't do it in the accident because she was watching a video, so she was distracted.
Yeah, so partially she's liable, and the companies who make self-driving cars, like Tesla, do have a strong, clear message that the user has to keep their hands on the wheel, they have to pay attention. But their choice of language, of autopilot, and other ways they encourage, and Musk's use of the term full self-driving, leads people to believe that it's entirely safe to do it. And so there's some real questions about responsibility on Tesla's part. I think Tesla's an impressive company. It's built an impressive system. But as you know, there are many dangers that happen and many crashes that have occurred. In the US, the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration began an investigation initially of 11 crashes of Tesla autopilot cars that crashed into standing vehicles of police, fire, and medical at the side or on the road, some resulting in deaths. There have now been more of such incidents, and various studies, some of them frightening, show how Teslas do not avoid certain obstacles, and especially a standing car, an immobile car, it's less likely to see, less likely to recognize. A car that's moving does work. It does stop. The front end, the collisions have been a successful part of such systems. Lane following has been successful. And the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety makes a very interesting point that the collision avoidance systems do prevent more accidents. So they are effective. The lane following prevents more deaths because merging from a lane is a more deadly situation. So understanding the nuances of different situations is really an essential part. And that goes back to your question about who's responsible for these accidents. The National Highway Transportation Safety Board investigated the 2016 crash of a self-driving Tesla car, which killed the driver because the car did not recognize that the fully white truck that was passing in front of it was not the sky, and therefore the car slammed under the truck, killing the driver. In that case, one of the 13 recommendations in that very readable 60-page report from the National Transportation Safety Board in the US, made the case that more thorough audit trails to give a more complete retrospective analysis would have been helpful. And I'd like to encourage, as a research topic for students, is the development of the rules for what is needed in an audit trail for different devices. It'll be very different for a self-driving car or a medical device, and so a deeper understanding is important. It's been a topic that the AI community has resisted getting into, but I think it's a vital one and a really interesting opportunity. And similarly, I repeat my encouragement to look at the AI incident database that Sean McGregor prepared, which is now gaining support and interest and visibility. And so that's yet another good model to follow for research projects to develop. But I think you're asking the right question. How do we determine responsibility in these circumstances? How much role do we put for the human operator who's involved, for the designer, for the manufacturer, for the maintainer, and etc.? So that's kind of the current discussions that are going on. Thank you.
Yeah, so let's go to the next question, because we have like many now, 5 or 6. And just a data point on the Tesla accidents, all of the people that were killed are men. So there's a correlation there.
That's a dangerous question to get into. You might want to look at a website called tesladeaths.com, tesladeaths.com, which is an open reporting system about deaths with Tesla cars. We don't know how many of them were autopilot involved, but it's quite frightening. And last time I looked, there were 240 such deaths, not the 5 or 6 that are usually discussed. No. So there is an issue here. And then we have the near misses. There are hundreds of reports of Teslas ramming into the garages because they didn't understand the garage as a limitation. And so and there's other issues of inadvertent accelerations, etc., that are still being investigated. So again, my encouragement is to think about the goal being safe driving cars, not self-driving cars. Let's get them safe first. Let's build better highways, better cars, better mechanisms that allow safety, and then we'll work our way towards self-driving, which I think is a valuable idea. But the goal for me is safe driving cars, reducing the more than 1 million deaths from automobile accidents each year.
If we have time for that, we can discuss this very important topic. So next question, please.
Do we need new methods and tools in developing human-centered AI, or do we have sufficient resources in user experience and interaction design? Yes, I agree that user experience design strategies and participation, etc., are really good starting points. But what we need to get a better understanding of, how does the use of machine and deep learning algorithms change what we need to do? How does it mean that we have to look at other extreme cases? How do we evaluate the role of training data? How do we study the evolution of use cases? As systems get deployed, their usage changes over time, and so their safety may actually deteriorate rather than improve. And having the continuous monitoring for these systems with public reporting of incidents could lead us to better ways. So the new methods and tools are a new set of guidelines, a new set of ways of studying, new ways of reporting problems, and then the idea of investigations and public reporting so that we have a common understanding. Those are the things I think will work. I should say will help. There'll never be a perfect system, but those are the strategies that could lead to improvements. Another question, when talking about AI integration and tool product design, in order to achieve both high automation and high human control, what are the key elements to take into account? Okay, I would say, and I've written a short piece on the National Academy of Engineering Perspectives website, which details this issue. So I think the way to do it is to break down the problem into many smaller problems. So if we take self-driving cars, well, there are many subtasks. So we can think about setting the destination, choosing the route, allowing control over speed. That is, someone may be in a rush and may want to have the self-driving car go more quickly. And what are the ways in which they should be allowed to do that or shouldn't? What should be the limitations on speed, for example? Under what circumstances should we allow a car to drive more than 10 kilometers per hour above the speed limit? If someone's needing to get to a hospital, maybe that's justification. How do we allow those kind of those shifts? Other things we can have, if we focus on specific tasks like self-parking, okay? We could allow the user to self-park. That is, they pull up to an empty spot and the car self-parks. We could allow even more imaginative notions, the idea that we have self-parking garages, where you pull up to the garage, you step out, and the car proceeds to find its own space to park. And then when you return, the car appears for you automatically. So there's a wider range of choices than we've been taught about in the past. And I think that's what I wanted to do, is opening the door towards more design possibilities. What are differences between explainable AI and responsible AI? Oh my. Well, we have about 30 different terms about explainable and responsible, auditable, certifiable. There's about 30 terms that have been dependable, resilient, et cetera, et cetera. It's very hard to separate out these definitions. I would say, for me, explainable AI has to do with the design of the user interface that gives people control over what's happening and limits the need for explanations, okay? So that the checkout process in Amazon, a lot of AI, but you get step-by-step movement. Or TurboTax for preparing taxes. These are complex processes, but they're step-by-step, and that, I think, is the strategy. Now, responsible AI, to me, deals much more with the social and management structure that you build around it. And so that's what I see, and I've enumerated a number of those strategies. Particularly, maybe I should emphasize the idea of independent oversight. This occurs in many industries, whether it's pharmaceutical manufacturing or food production. We do have continuous oversight over the use of these systems. And so that's a way of building responsibility in. We also have two other forms of oversight. I've mentioned retrospective oversight for accidents. So most nations have a transportation safety board that reviews serious accidents of airplanes, boats, or trains. And that's the second kind. So the retrospective, the continuous, and then the planning oversight. For building construction, this is well established of local zoning boards and planning councils that before you build a building, okay, you come with a plan and there's an open discussion about the plan, okay? Then you may make adjustments, your plan is approved, you build the building inspector arrives, you get a certificate of occupancy, and now you can get insurance. So there's a responsible chain of many people in many places for intervention. Now, that could work for AI systems that are large-scale systems, like if a major bank, TD Bank, puts in a new mortgage system, there might be a planning process by which it's reviewed, just as city planning processes review development plans. And eventually we'd have a set of expectations and understanding about how we can make that process still more safe and reliable. So responsible AI, to me, has a wider social structure, legal structure, and deliberation process that enforces independent oversight.
Thank you, Ben. For us, in the context of this event, responsible AI is everything. And then explainable AI is just one tool that can be helpful to achieve responsible AI. So next question.
I agree. Another question, is there a particular source of ethical standards, utilitarian approach, rights, fairness, justice, common good, virtue, etc.?
Ben, if you want, we can delay this question for Cansu Jansa, that is an ethics AI.
Sure. I will say ethical discussions are a good are a good discussion basis. However, for me, ethical foundations are a necessary part for design thinking. For me, design is where it happens. That's where the choices are made between how it's implemented, what's on the screen, how it's tracked, what the user sees, what the managers see. And so I'm happy for ethical discussions, but I'm really eager for design discussions. That's where it happens.
Yeah, that's ethics in practice. So yeah, the second part maybe.
What would you say is the best way to take when building response? The best way. I think I'm coming to understand, actually, there's no one best way. I've begun to make a taxonomy of different AI applications. And there's a very different set of principles for life critical applications in medicine or transportation from the considerations of creativity support tools like digital cameras, which are personal use items, and still different from the social platforms of Facebook and Twitter and so on. And so I don't think we want to, I think the research issues are first to make a taxonomy of AI applications, then look at the consequences of them. And so people have suggested that the framework that I showed in the beginning, the two-dimensional framework for AI of low to high human control and low to high machine control, should actually be a three-dimensional, that the third dimension should be the severity of impact of applications. And where there is greater danger for harm, you need to have more careful principles for building responsible and ethical AI. So we're moving from the early days of AI, which think of it as an algorithm, the best way, to a more nuanced understanding that there's very different practices and very different applications.
So we have a couple of questions. I'm not sure if we can answer both very quickly. We have only 3 minutes left.
What kind of explainable AI tools, techniques are needed to help human-centered AI? I think I've said very clearly that I want to shift from retrospective explanations, which can be effective but are very difficult to do. And 30 years ago, the knowledge-based expert systems faced the same problem, and retrospective explanations just didn't work. But prospective business rule systems began to make that a success story. Similarly, in the world of HCI, the idea of explanations and of online tools shifted towards the minimal manual idea that Jack Carroll proposed of having just a progressive series of steps and user control to allow exploration to move backward and forward in the process. And so the kind of tools I want are ones that prevent the need for explanations, that make it so clear as you're moving through the steps what's happening, that explanations are not needed or rarely needed.
So last question in 1 minute, Ben. Let's see if we can have the last question.
Long question. Many of the negative effects of technology come with its scaling up. It can work well for individual users, yes. But when scaled up for huge numbers, it leads to a very negative. How can such negative social effects be predicted? Who should be doing? Well, the scaling up and the large number of users indicates there's a greater diversity of users. The tests of systems with small numbers of homogeneous users will give you some help, but what you then need to understand is how it works for users with disability, users with different skills, literacies, language, ethnic backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, there's a great diversity of individuals. And so the continuous tracking and monitoring of adverse events is what will be necessary. Adverse events will happen, but we have to make sure they happen only once, and that we can change them. I see the questions from Julita Vasileva. Very pleased to see you online.
Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
question is coming from Saskatchewan. So we have
Yes.
another province mentioned, and we don't have time for more questions. So I wanted to ask you if the lack, so you mentioned humility at some point, maybe the lack of that implies all the hype we have on AI, but sadly we don't have time to discuss that. And it was a great presentation, Ben. Thank you for being with us today, and I look forward to more of your work.
Thank you, Ricardo. I really appreciate the opportunity. This is a very important topic, and you've taken a strong lead in making this happen in a big way.
Yeah, and the IFEM will soon publish a new version of the principles for software that basically will complement your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have the next speaker. We don't want to waste any more time. So the next speaker will be Tracey Lauriault. She's an associate professor of critical media and big data at Carleton University, and she joins with us from Quebec, not far from from Ottawa. So Tracey, thanks for coming, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, or actually good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful cross-country event. Can you see my slides properly? I imagine you can, so I will take that as a yes, and I will just get going. Yes, I'm contacting you from Wakefield, Quebec, to talk to you about AI for good. First, I would like to say that we are technological citizens. As technological citizens, we live in a technological society. Decisions about technology are therefore political. We should not leave all technological decisions only to people who know technology, but people who know technology ought to be involved in the politics of technology, of which artificial intelligence and machine learning are a form of technology, and a large social and technological systems. To be a technological citizen, you need agency. To be an agent, you need some power, and you need some knowledge. So therefore, the argument that I would make is that for us who possess the preconditions, have the responsibility to act and intervene in the technological society. And on the side here, I just have some examples of some really interesting initiatives, such as Fair Work, looking at AI and labor, also disability and bias in AI. People may not know, but people with disabilities are often tracked more when it comes to financial technology because they're outliers. There's also practices and policies that governments develop in terms of smart city systems, or smart cities and human rights, or open smart cities guides, are all forms of technological citizenship. I'm a critical data studies scholar, and so I understand data to be more than just the materials abstracting the world into categories and measures and other representational forms of numbers and so on. And I also understand that data don't exist independently of ideas, instruments, practices, context, knowledges used to generate, process, and analyze them. So data are not just technical. If I'm thinking of how I frame data in an AI social and technological system, I might think of technical, ethical, political, spatial, philosophical, technological citizenship, which we just talked about, and perhaps data activism. So if we think of them technically, we're quite familiar with technical ways of thinking about data. This is normally where we spend our time, maybe as data scientists and as engineers and mathematicians, but we can't solve so complex social, economic, and environmental problems with technological solutionism. Technology will not solve the problems alone. Technology fits into a larger social and technological system. So mathematics, statistics, engineering, and science alone is not enough. It's part of the problem-solving equation, but not the only one. If we start thinking of AI systems and data systems that are intricately intertwined with AI and machine learning, we can start thinking of them ethically. And we start thinking of them ethically, we might start thinking of them from an human rights approach. This is one approach, so that in the context of a humanitarian crisis, such as the refugee crisis with Syrian refugees, the Ukrainian crisis, the environmental crisis that we're living in right now, that we ought to have some ethical principles on how to manage information. For instance, during COVID, we ought not forego our rights because we are in the middle of a pandemic. There's also some really important organizations internationally, for instance, such as the Council of Europe, that is actually taking that approach. And they have a very interesting tracking system that provides a huge list of all kinds of different ethical ways to monitor and manage and to consider AI and machine learning systems. But there's also the buying and selling of data. And most particularly with data brokers, if we start thinking of misinformation and disinformation, or we start thinking of surveillance or corporate surveillance, there's some really important initiatives such as corporate surveillance in everyday life or on the data trail, and very important civil society organizations that are watchdogs in a way to see what government processes and bills are in place, such as the Canadian Internet Public Policy Interest Clinic, that has the responsibility to ensure, or is trying to ensure, that technological systems are in the public interest. So also another very interesting angle. There's also the spatial and temporal dimension of AI, machine learning, and any other kinds of social and technological data systems. One of my favorite ones is We Robotics, comes from a digital humanitarianism who developed the initial crowdsourcing maps with regards to the Haiti disaster, but he's now developing an entire drone system. And the way he talks about it is we need to shift the power, and we need to think of local experts in local areas. So that's a spatial and temporal way to think of spatial data, if you will, from a drone's perspective, but also to have a very responsible process on how to actually deal with communities and to consider how these data work and how to ethically apply the use of drones and robotics in any kind of context. We also have the Arctic Spatial Data Infrastructure that is using very complex collaborative transnational approaches in the north to manage and monitor the ice melting, the new navigation ways that are emerging as a result of the ice melting, but also monitoring climate change. And they have produced a significant number of guidelines, such as data procurement, creation, data management, distribution, again, using data for good. If we think spatially and temporally, we start thinking of the census forms in Canada, and we used to think of how we would, prior to 2011, in a way, we didn't have same-sex couples in Canada ever because they weren't tracked in the census. That's a spatial dimension of things. We think of language, but also how the data not only change across space and time, but they represent who we are socially and statistically. So it's not just objective. Yes, they are objective, but they are objective within a social context, and the underlying societies that we live in change. And we ought to consider AI and machine learning within that particular social context. And we are certainly not the first to start thinking of data and probability and inductive logic and the taming of the future, or even, is the modern fact actually really an unbiased fact, or is there some philosophical production of knowledge context within which facts, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and data are created? And this is just a series of some really important books that think of the philosophy and the history of science and how our society has changed as a result of this amazing work that many of you are doing in artificial intelligence and machine learning. But also philosophically, are data benign? What about the data sovereignty? What about the knowledge produced about certain groups of people? What about ownership of those data? How about these data producing the world, and the AI and machine learning producing the world that we live in? And if that is the case, what kind of world do we want to actually live in? And other models of thinking through, for instance, disaggregated demographic data from a grandmother's perspective and a First Nations perspective. What would that look like if we applied those in our institutions? What would it look like if we applied First Nations information's governance principles of ownership, control, access, and possession more broadly, whether it be private sector, public sector, or civil society? In other words, I would believe in the social shaping thesis, which means that data represent us. And by virtue of ourselves and the environment being represented in data, it changes how we view the world and it changes how we view ourselves. And we ought to be responsible in how we do that work. There's some really fantastic activities with regards to data activism around the world. Some very current issues, such as the Gun Violence Archive and Database, counting missing and murdered Aboriginal women and other ways of representing that. Thinking about how we count refugees and how we find out who is and is not on those lists and how we use those data, and also invisible data. There are many things that we may want to manage, mitigate, and monitor, but if data are not collected in the first place, how can we actually do that with artificial intelligence and machine learning? And also, even the Data Feminism Guidebook has a checklist at the end on how you can assess your actual or how you're performing in terms of being more inclusive, being unbiased, and having a much broader perspective in your AI and machine learning systems. So I urge you to take a look at that data feminism book. But also, what about the production of knowledge over time? How are categories made? Who gets to make those categories? How do they fit more broadly into our institutions? And when we go and use data, how ought we think of these data before we enlist them in our AI and machine learning systems? How do we think of social bias? How do we think of technical bias? How do we think of structural bias? And how do we have more informed and lucid conversations and critical, sometimes difficult conversations with each other to ensure that we are causing no harm with the systems that we are creating? Just looking further at racial classification systems, for instance, this is an absolutely fantastic book on how racial statistics lie. Again, if we think of spatial and temporal, and we think of the source of these categories, and we think if we look at the 5 races at the bottom that go back to 1795, how they were ridiculous then, and how they're even more black, white, red, and yellow are still ridiculous today, yet we still refer back to these classification systems in our AI and machine learning systems. If we think of even things of social Darwinism and the origins of the species and the genetics way or the eugenics approaches to eliminating certain groups of people from society, just think of the white supremacist types of issues that we've experienced, or as we call it in Ottawa, the Flu Trucks Clan, how it was really not about the vaccine and it turned out to be about something nefarious and something else, and how there's a belief structure in these old classification systems and ways of thinking. And how do we make sure that our research teams and our design teams don't include that kind of thinking in the way that we actually do our work? And so it's not only about the AI and the machine learning, it's about the data, it's about the systems within which they are in, it's about the institutions that produce these things, and a broader, larger, vast machine of social and technological apparatuses within which all of this fits in. And how do we think through these things together? One argument is to have very diverse teams and to work in a real transdisciplinary way. And to read other things, but also to call out junk science when we get it. For instance, facial recognition and criminal investigations. In other words, can you actually use facial recognition technology to identify criminals simply by doing craniology, as we used to do in the bad old days of eugenics? That would be a form of junk science. Or how about your psychological well-being and other forms of using machine learning and algorithmic ways of doing things to detect, for instance, sexual orientation. And even if it might be 60% accurate, what happens if your country happens to be have huge human rights issues with people who are homosexual? And if 40% is wrong, what happens to that 40% who are falsely enlisted in that particular game? Or how white engineers might build racist code and why it's dangerous for Black people, and to start considering this in terms of how we do science, how we do data science, and how we consider bias. For instance, this is one of my absolutely favorite one. This is a fantastic organization, and Joy Bulyawami is an absolutely wonderful scholar from MIT, and she could not play her computer games unless she put on a white face, which is obviously clearly there's some biased games not even allowing her in, or she had to get a white friend to do a facial recognition so she could play her games. So that is clearly something was missed in the design of that games, but it has been more nefarious beyond games. What happens when facial recognition technology misidentifies people who have darker skin tones than the normal white skin tones of often engineering teams? What about predictive policing, and how might that be a good thing, and how might that be a problematic thing? And again, it comes back to context, it comes back to institutions. It's one thing in a paramilitary police force, as we've seen in some parts of the world recently, and it's a whole other thing in a more peaceful context. Regardless of that, what are the benefits and pitfalls of predictive policing, and how ought we manage predictive analytics? This is the Citizen Lab. We are very lucky in Canada that we have the Citizen Lab. They produced this really important report on how to survey and predict, or how not to, more importantly. And they've taken a real human rights analysis to algorithmic policing in Canada. Again, all of the links to my reports and everything that I have on the slides are here, and they'll all be available to you after this talk. But what about forms of socio-technological critical analysis? For instance, if we are technological citizens, as you are, as engineers, mathematicians, scientists, statisticians, data scientists, etc., what are other ways to unmask or demystify or correct problems in the junk science that I was just talking about? And who can do that important work? And I would dare say would be technological citizens like yourselves, whether it be in industry, whether it be in the public sector, whether it be in civil society, or whether it be in academia. And an organization that you might want to be a part of and pay attention to, whose papers are fantastic, is the Fairness, Accountability, and Transparency in Machine Learning Organization, or FATML. There's other great literature in AI and classification systems. Here's a smattering of some of the more popular types of literature that's come out. And even the last book here by Jonathan Rabarge at INRS in La Ville de Montréal, where they're looking at the political economy of the AI industry, who gets funding, who doesn't get funding, who gets to produce knowledge, what happens when we invest in Canada and all of our workers and all of our professionals and experts and academics go work into the States, and what happens when major funding comes from the government of Canada and a major AI institution, and then that gets sold to an American company. What happens to the IP when those particular kinds of systems? Again, thinking more broadly of the political economy and thinking about the culture within which this is situated. I'm getting very close to the end here, and I'm looking forward to questions and answers. Here's just some examples of how you can stay tuned in and how you can pay attention to some of the key people who are paying attention to these issues. There's, of course, The Current on CBC, and CBC Spark with Nora Young is absolutely one of my favorites. She's doing an entire series right now on AI and machine learning. The Canadian Internet Public Policy Interest Clinic at Ottawa University is fantastic. Teresa Scassa is a colleague and a friend. She's a Canada Research Chair in Society and Technology, and she pays an incredible amount of attention into new laws, policies, and regulations that are emerging. And of course, many of you would know Law Bites from Michael Geist, where he pays attention to these particular types of issues, but also to the legislation that's coming in play. Again, a broader social, political, and economic context within which all of this is situated. So in the end, did I answer all of the questions on how to do AI for good? Not entirely, because there's so much more that one can talk about at lunchtime in 20 minutes. Did I provide some examples of some good things to do, of some actors who are doing some fantastic work, of some policies and principles that might be available to you? But also, at the end of the day, it's about asking some questions, pointing out that this is not our first kick at the can, that we as practitioners, professionals, politicians, scholars, we are technological citizens, and we ought to create AI systems that are good for society, good for the economy, and good for the environment. At the end of the day, good for all of us, really, because in the end of the day, we are not only practitioners, professionals, and politicians and scholars, we're technological citizens. And with that, I will end the slides and I will open it up to questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stop sharing my slides.
Yeah, thank you, Tracey. Great talk. I think it was a very interesting introduction to the next two talks that are about ethics and gender in AI. So I love your presentation. So we have a question there.
Thank you. I don't see the question. Are you going to ask it?
Okay, is the data age inherently dangerous for marginalized communities, or are the problems with AI symptoms of existing real-world prejudice? Is there hope for responsible and ethical AI?
There's absolutely hope, but it's up to us. So I provided some examples. It's the underlying society always. It's not the technology necessarily in and of itself that is inherently bad, but it can be depending on the context and the systems within which it is situated. Again, if we're talking a paramilitary context, let's bring up something contemporary, a lack of gun control context, as we just saw in the United States. If we bring it up in a context of misinformation and disinformation, it's incredibly problematic, and we must address our underlying prejudices. Having said that, how do we do it? Mixed teams, diverse teams in terms of gender, in terms of ability and disability, in terms of how people look, in terms of what people's belief structures are, and in terms of gender and an ability. Some people call it, maybe it should be slow AI, or it should be slow machine learning, where yes, we're trying to be fast and furious and build things very quickly, but maybe we ought to, at the very, very beginning, and look at the problems that we're trying to solve, start thinking of the composition of the teams that we have, and right at the very beginning, ask the difficult questions so that when we get to the end of it, we're doing the right thing for all of us, and with good intentions. This is not to say that engineers, mathematicians, and so on have bad intentions. I can't do all the work that group of engineers, scientists, mathematicians, data scientists do, and nor can they do the work that I do. So how do we work together to make it better?
Yeah, a great Tracey, that to remind us that we need to work with other professions to solve this. And as I agree completely with you, techno solutions will not solve social problems. And I would like to add something that is important for me from the point of data, that we forget that data doesn't represent the whole world. Data is just a proxy of reality. And that's another problem that we see every day, because people think that data has all the data we need, but data cannot, for example, encode what is happening right now or what will happen in the future. So that's critical. We have one more question. We have one more question. So as we understand better the unknown unknowns, can we say that we might get wider holistic data sets classifications for better AI performance?
We might, but it's not going to be tomorrow. And we're always going to forget things, because our view, no matter how great we are, is only ever partial. If we were to datafy everything in the world, then there would be a scaled model of 1-to-1 of the world. And there's no way for us to be able to do a full scale model of all of the world and all of its complexities. More data doesn't mean a better society. It just means more data. And it doesn't necessarily mean better data, and it doesn't necessarily mean the right data. And finally, and I think to bring up with the great questions that you just brought up and the comments that you just brought up, is there are many people who are invisible in data. Disabled people are invisible in Canadian data trails. We have almost no data about disabled people. We have very little data about certain elements of the workforce. For instance, frontline workers. How could we have a pandemic rely so importantly on these incredibly underpaid people, and we know very little about them? Gig workers. I brought up an image of Fair Work, and Fair Work is about protecting gig workers. That's all algorithmically and platform-derived forms of labor that is supposed to be objective, that has a lot of data, but hasn't turned out that way because the underlying systems are wrong, or the underlying systems are problematic and unjust. And again, we need to think of the context, the institutions, the places, the practice, the methods, and the social context within which we work to make it better. So thanks very much for that.
So we will take some time from Cansu's presentation. As we are from Northeastern, we can have that choice, because there are more questions coming. So
Great.
the question is, what are the dangers of having tech companies investigate and audit their own AI-based products? Sometimes there's no alternate option.
So I will give the example. I come from a long line of people and with friends and colleagues who have been involved in the environmental movement since the 1980s. Imagine if we let big oil self-assess itself in the environment. It's not to say that AI and machine learning companies are as nefarious as many of the big oil companies and the political economy of big oil. But we can certainly say that there's a level of self-interest that's really important. It is true that technologically, we're kind of in a difficult position because we don't have enough people who work in civil society organizations or academic research organizations to actually be able to do the science and the society together, to be able to audit and understand the big tech companies and what they're actually up to. So no, I would never say that companies ought to self-regulate. Ought they have, a quadruple bottom line where, yes, what triple bottom line was the environment. Now we need the quadruple bottom line, and that ought to be socially responsible, fair, equitable, unbiased, just, accountable, and transparent AI. But then how do we measure that? How do we assess that? How do we invest in the companies that do that? And how do we divest from companies who don't do that? While the people that are part of this conference, you're the experts really, but you know that the broader society is not where you are in terms of knowledge. So how do we up the level of knowledge away from fear mongering, but to the point where we can have a really good critical conversation as to the society that we want, socially and technologically, and then aim for that society with law, regulation, policies, indicators, practices, registries, procurement, guidelines, and principles, so that we can actually do this together. We haven't succeeded yet with the environment. I think, sadly for all of us and future generations, hopefully, because I'm sure that the people who are attending this conference really care about all of those things as well, I would urge us all to figure out a way to improve this AI and machine learning system, social and technological system that we're in, so that it's good for all of us. And that's really going to take a lot of work. And I think we can do better than what we did not do on the environment and climate change, because I think it's an easier win than the social and technological issues when it comes to climate change. So I think it's possible. It's not going to be tomorrow. And I would absolutely not leave it up to companies to self-assess, but we could provide them some tools by which they could govern better their environments, govern better their institutions, and then, of course, that quadruple bottom line on fair, just, accountable, and so on.
So the last question, how we can ensure more STEM students can care about these topics? They're sometimes too concerned about their technical skills and then don't pay attention to the topics like you discussed.
I think students do pay attention because I'm in a university. I get to participate in the data science classes. The issue is the training that we provide engineers, scientists, mathematicians. There's too little time and too much to learn, and it's very technically complex and sophisticated types of work. And we're expecting that same group of people to also be social scientists, to be ethicists, to be lawyers. We cannot expect that. I don't think we should expect that. However, we ought to at least have, we're implementing that at Carleton. We have data science and society and ethics course that's coming up in the data science program. But a course is not enough.
No.
This needs to become part of all of our cultures. Just as the social sciences need to learn more about technology, math, science, and statistics and respect it, the reverse is also true, that engineers, mathematicians, and statisticians ought to be respectful of the social sciences as well as public policy. Together, we can do this, but none of these disciplines can do this alone, let alone within the private sector, where people have to make payroll, they have to manage their entire infrastructures, they have to follow regulation, they have to deal with their accounting systems. So how do we make it profitable for them to be accountable, ethical, and transparent, and to be good social and technological citizens? So I think it is not true that people don't care. I think what happens is we're too narrowly focused in our worldviews. We need to broaden it a little bit, and we need to work together a lot more. So in a way, I'm repeating what I've just said.
So great message, Tracey, to end your presentation, and thanks for being us here. I love your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a real pleasure. Great questions, by the way.
Yes. So now we will have Cansu Janja joining us. She is the ethical lead of the Experiential AI Institute, and she's joining us from Turkey. So it's a bit late for you. So thank you for being here, Cansu.
No problem. It's my pleasure to be here.
So instead of presentation, we decided we'll do like a fireside chat, and I think that could be more interesting because I will ask the people to ask questions as we speak, so we can have a Q&A in the middle of this shorter presentation. Now that Tracey took almost 10 minutes, so let's start with the basics. Why we are using the term responsible AI and not, for example, ethical AI or trustworthy AI?
So I think first of all, I think to give the audience a little bit background, Ricardo and I work together, and these are the questions that we've been discussing most of the time. So we are sort of like playing it out right now and discussing the things that we are constantly facing. So why do we use responsible AI? Because so the way that we usually use the responsible AI, we usually say responsible AI practice or responsible AI services, but even if when we say responsible AI just by itself, it is a better phrase, I argue, than trustworthy AI or ethical AI. The problem with the ethical AI and trustworthy AI, they have different issues. So ethical AI has the problem that it sounds as if we are assigning a capacity for moral behavior to the AI system. So it sounds as if when we say ethical AI, the system is intentionally making moral judgments or has any capacity to make moral judgments. Instead, what we are really dealing with is the systems that have, when humans embed value judgments into AI systems, and the system is just applying that. And with the trustworthy AI, there's another type of jump that we are making, which is it sounds as if we are allowing an AI system to create a trust relationship with humans, which is again problematic because AI systems are created by humans, and if we are going to trust anything, I would even say it shouldn't be even the individual humans that we are trusting, but we should trust the structure, the regulation, the processes within which the AI system is produced, not AI systems themselves. So just like we don't say my house is trustworthy, but we will trust the construction, the processes, and the experts in the field. It doesn't make that much of a sense to talk about a trustworthy AI. It seems to lead us to take the responsibility away from the humans and the structures, processes that we put in place as we are creating and deploying these AI systems. It seems to take the responsibility away and put it to AI, which is something that we should definitely not do.
Yeah, this is something that I didn't have time to discuss with Ben, because in the elevator example, it's not only that we are in control, but also it works all the time, or almost all the time, 90.99% of the time. But I'm sure no one of you will take an elevator that says that does work 99% of the time, and you don't know what will happen the rest 1% of the time. So yeah, it's only 1 in 100, but maybe this time, and you will not take the risk. So asking people to trust things that don't work all the time, I think is also not completely ethical, for me at least, personally.
Yeah.
So,
and I would say, sorry,
yeah.
Ricardo, but one could argue that responsible AI has a similar problem. It sounds like AI is responsible, but that's why we are trying to, generally, what I try to do is to say responsible AI practice or things like that. So add something more to it. And also, somehow I think responsible AI is such an artificial phrase that people don't immediately connect responsibility with AI. At least that's the hope, until we come up with a term.
Yeah, it's not a perfect term either, but at least it doesn't harm any people if it fails, for example. If you trust and it fails, then it's like not the thing that you want.
Yeah.
So let's go to, because your ethics, your specialty, and many people don't know this topic very well, and Tracey already mentioned part of this, and Ben also mentioned this, and many people is eager to know a little bit more about ethics. Why you don't tell us the difference between ethics principles and then instrumental principles that we use as principles, like say, explainability, that really are not ethical principles?
Yeah. So let me start by explaining it a little bit, and then I will show you also a tool that we created. So it's the thing with AI ethics principles. It's a very interesting phenomenon that happened with AI ethics principles. So in the applied ethics field, like in research ethics or in medical ethics, bioethics, we have been using principles, but they are 3 principles. And not every organization publishes their own principles. And those 3 principles are 3 core values, we call them actually, are derived from the moral and political philosophy. So I'll show you in a bit, but they are respect for autonomy, respect for individual autonomy, human autonomy, minimization, prevention of harm, and justice. And from these 3 principles, there has been several instruments that have been devised, like informed consent. So think about informed consent. So it connects with individual autonomy. It allows the patient or the research subject to exercise their autonomy. What happened with AI ethics principles is that every company, every organization started publishing those principles, and it got a little fuzzy. So things like, well, let me start sharing my screen, which is which might be a little. Let's try.
Yeah,
this
let me add in the meantime that, for example, fairness will be an application of justice.
Yes. So,
and then, for example, no discrimination will be a principle of minimizing harm.
So the way to think about this is like we have 3 main principles: autonomy, harm, benefit, and justice. I mean, this is, when I say we have, I'm using this principalism framework that was structured in 1970s for the purposes of applied ethics, but specifically biomedical and behavioral research ethics. And these 3 principles these 3 core values are really derived from, I mean, if you are into philosophy, Kantian ethics, autonomy; utilitarian or consequentialism for the harm-benefit balance; and justice really covers all theories of justice. So there's no real differentiation there. But these are the goals of our ethical inquiry, our ethical process. In comparison, things like transparency, privacy, safety, these are instruments. We don't value them for their own sake. So it's very important to differentiate these, because we cannot say, for example, there's an ethical dilemma because on the one hand, there is the problem of autonomy. On the other hand, there is a question of efficiency, because efficiency is an instrument. We have to look at, okay, but like how do we do in the prevention of harm? If we are doing well with using other instruments, then there is no deep ethical problem that we are facing. You can also think about it like this. For example, consent here connects to individual autonomy, and in ways where, so here's a scale. So this is a tool that we created at AI Ethics Lab, and now we are using it in our services in Northeastern as well. And we actually have been revising this and making it better. So the purpose here is to show the instrumental principles as they connect to the core values, and then provide a visual way of thinking, how does your project fare in terms of these principles? Like, did you manage to get consent, or was consent irrelevant, so not applicable? But this is a way to sort of also show, for example, if your consent was not doing well, but you actually might be needing it because you are using identifiable information. Well, one way to deal with it, well, can you make it de-identified? So you can see that there is a relation between these instruments, and their purpose by themselves, we don't need to fetishize them. Their purpose is to really uphold autonomy. So we created this toolkit tool called the box to help non-philosophers to make sense of these principles. And you would see that when you look at most organizations' principles, they don't fit this structure. They are conceptually really confusing, because it would say fairness and privacy, for example, whereas fairness is a huge question. It's a core value, just like justice. It's usually we use fairness and justice interchangeably, but the privacy is not. It's an instrument. It serves a purpose. So I'm just gonna stop sharing now so that I can see the screen again.
Yeah, we will share this place where you can play with the box, because it was hard to read, but I think that we get the point. There are more than 30 properties that software have, and with Cansu we have worked on this, and we believe between 18 and 23 are interesting for potential practical uses of this kind of idea. Yeah. So let's go to the last question in the last 5 minutes. We have less time now. Sorry, Cansu. I abuse of my power to take.
Okay, we get to talk a lot. It's okay.
Yeah. So I think the last question is how we're using your Pi model in Northeastern, and how we are enhancing that to have a more holistic view of responsible AI, and that will partially answer the question is why is different from explainable AI and other types of AI, and how we look at the problem.
Yeah. So again, let me start by explaining it without the screen, and then I'll show you the screen as well. So the whole idea of the Pi model, puzzle solving in ethics, is a model that I developed at AI Ethics Lab, and now we are using it at the Institute for Experiential AI, but we are also adding more components to it. So if you think of AI ethics really focusing on the ethics, so the philosophy's job, like making these value judgments, in responsible AI, one can say that we are working much more closely, literally collaboratively, with all these other disciplines, and add more functions to it. So what we did with the responsible AI is to add more functions, more components to the Pi model. Let me share my screen to show that as well. By the way, when I'm showing the screen, I don't see you, so you might, I won't be able to read any cues either, so you have to use voice.
I will be your eyes.
Yes, thank you. So here's the responsible AI journey that we have for the as we provide responsible AI services from the Institute for Experiential AI. The Pi model is what you see in the main roads, and the additional components are the ones that we added for now, and we are gonna add more components as we go. As we proceed. So the whole idea here is to integrate responsible AI in a comprehensive and structured manner. The middle part, AI ethics analysis, is what we really are trying to, it's like at the heart of what we are doing. What we want to do is for every project, every product that goes out, every system that we create, there is an AI ethics analysis that is done, meaning we know the ethical risks, but we also know the value that it might add. So what are the opportunities, ethical opportunities that it creates? Keep in mind that what we are trying to do with the responsible AI is not just to minimize the harm, just hold back. But what we want to do is there are so many problems in the world, and we want AI systems to be able to help those problems as well. So in every project, we are integrating ethics component, ethics risk assessment, ethical puzzle solving, problem solving, troubleshooting, ethics by design into the project. And in order to do this in the most efficient and seamless manner, well, we need to make it a part of the company's organization's general governance. So for that, we have the AI ethics strategy. AI ethics strategy really contains the whole of what you want to do as a part of the AI ethics and responsible AI. So the playbook should have all the materials, tools, principles, use cases for ethical decision making. Process is how we integrate this ethics analysis into the operations of different divisions, and people is who is going to do this. And who is going to do this, by the way, let me just give a quick answer, not just a chief ethics officer and not just developers who are taking a few classes and try to figure out this whole philosophical question of, massive literature. So what we want to do is to make use of everyone, in the sense that having ethics experts dealing with complex questions, having skilled and trained practitioners who can solve non-complex questions and escalate the difficult ones to the team, and having a strategy board that aligns the ethical path with the company's general path. And finally, to do that, we need to train people. So this is the Pi model. In addition to that, now that we have the Northeastern's capabilities, we also added an independent AI ethics advisory board, which can help with the questions related to the product or project, or generally for governance. And for that, we bring together experts from around the world with different backgrounds, specifically customized to the needs of the organization. And we added technical AI audit and AI system registry, because, I mean, the AI ethics analysis really relies on the technical AI audit, as well as, all the social sciences, impact analysis, and so on. So you can't do the analysis in the void. So we are adding these different capabilities as well to make sure that we understand the situation as good as possible, and we have the capacity to help solve the problems and puzzles as well as possible.
So we'll talk a bit more about the AI ethics board on the closing ceremony, but we have time for just one question from the audience.
Okay.
Is there a cheat sheet for each and everyone to follow basic ethical practice, thereby influencing data sets collected and eventually AI performance?
I mean, this question really contains both the good and the bad.
Yes.
So there is, think about it like this. Is there a cheat sheet available for me to become an AI scientist or to become a legal expert? No.
There are some people have done that, but I think they don't work.
Okay, exactly my point. I think people have done that and it's not going to work, so don't waste your money on it. But are there tools that can guide you to figure out, for example, whether what you're dealing with is a high-risk question or not, or what are the questions that you should be keeping in mind, like ethical questions? Well, the box is one of those, for example. It gives you, as Ricardo said, 18 to 23, but we are customizing it according to the organization as well. Principles, basically points of questions to ask when you are looking at your product and say, well, I think we might have a problem related to, let's say, transparency, and we need to discuss this further. But that's about it. That's at the level of, can you solve the non-complex questions using these type of cheat sheets? Yes. And it's very important, because a lot of the questions that we see doesn't come from not super complex issues. It comes from because you never asked a question. You never actually thought about the risks, or you never thought about the value that this product might add, or does it justify the risk? So once you ask those questions, you really get really far. But as soon as you hit a complex question, there is no cheat sheet. Well, come and do a PhD in philosophy.
Well, thank you, Cansu, for this conversation. Was very complementary to what we already discussed, and now we will finish the morning session with gender in AI, so that also will complement what you just mentioned. So thank you, and good night.
You're very welcome. My pleasure, and have a good session. Bye.
So now we will jump to the last speaker of the morning. She is Katrina Ingram, the founder of Ethically Aligned AI, Data Analytics, and Ethics Advisor for the city of Edmonton in Alberta. She will talk about AI plus EDI, so I guess it's a phonetic, nice set of acronyms, and shaping the future for all. Katrina, thank you for coming and be here. The floor is yours.
Great. Thanks so much, Ricardo. Just give me 1 second here. I'm just going to start my timer so I can stay on time. Yes, and this is a nice segue that you left off on. I'm just going to pick up on this idea of the word everyone. How do we make a future that's suitable and shaped for everyone? And I think inclusion is a really big piece of that. And so here's a little bit of an overview of what I'm going to cover in the next 20 minutes. So there's this idea that those who make a technology get to shape a technology, and there's a body of work that supports that idea. AI, unfortunately, has not been a very inclusive space. And so if we want to get to this bigger future, this idea of responsible AI, I think we need to take an EDI-centric approach to get there. So let me start by taking you back to December of 2018. So in Montreal, there was a G7 summit being held on December 6th, and it was all about AI and inclusion. And there's this lovely quote that comes out of this summit, and it really paints this beautiful picture of responsible AI, a future where AI is used to the benefit of everyone. And it also warns against some harms that might happen if we exclude certain vulnerable populations, that we amplify prejudices. And it basically issues this warning that we can't do that. We need to make sure that in a democratic society, we're using this technology for good and to benefit everyone. So this is taking place at the G7 summit. And this G7 summit was being held as part of a larger event. So it was no accident that it was taking place on this date. In fact, the organizers had planned it this way because they knew that this really important AI conference was going to be in town that week in Montreal. And this is a conference that had been around for over 30 years. It was a place where the who's who of AI would gather. It was an academic conference, and there's a number of these global academic AI conferences that are really important in the field. But what was interesting about this particular conference at this particular moment in time is a conversation that the community within AI, the conference community, was grappling with. It was having a little bit of an existential crisis around this issue of inclusion. So what had been happening is that for at least a year, perhaps longer than that, there had been allegations of misconduct, sexual harassment. Women felt unwelcome. They felt unsafe at these conferences. There was a frat boy type culture that was going on at these conferences. And this had been raised to the conference board and the organizers. And they wound up doing a survey and looking into this. And sure enough, they found that this was the tip of the iceberg. There were other issues in addition to sexism. There was ageism, racism, and a bunch of other issues that were happening. And things really came to a head with this conference in particular because of the acronym, because of the name of the conference, which is a very, sexist and unwelcoming name for certain groups of people. And so this is what happened, is that through this work, and in particular a protest that was started by a researcher named Anima Anand Kumar, the name of the conference was eventually changed, but it didn't change easily. There was a number of people at the conference, and remember, this is a conference that had been around for decades, for 30 years. They were in the community and they felt, I don't really see a problem. Why is this a problem? Why is this a big deal? They didn't really understand what the issues were. And I would say that's because of who they were. And I want to talk a little bit more about who makes AI. So there's this idea that who makes a technology shapes a technology. And this is supported by a large body of work that I don't have time to get into, but I'll just cite one small example. Langdon Winner did a very famous paper in the 1980s talking about do artifacts have politics? So artifacts such as technological things that are designed, are they informed with a politics? And the answer was yes, they are. And so when we think about how does a technology get informed with a value system, with a political slant to it, with some kind of values built into it, we can think about the people who get to shape that technology and how either explicitly or implicitly their values inform what is actually made. And so if we take a closer look at who has shaped AI, what we see is a field that is very male dominated. There's a certain kind of technical background. It's mostly white or Asian men primarily. It's people of a higher education and a similar socioeconomic background. And so you can kind of look at this and go, it's a little bit of a monoculture. When you have a monoculture, there's always the risk that the blinders are on and you're not able to see things from different perspectives. And so that is something that I think the field has grappled with. And I think one of the things that led to that toxic kind of AI conference culture that was happening, and that unfortunately also creeps into the technologies that are built. So that was part of the issue. The other piece that I want to highlight is who funds AI typically. And so in the early days of AI, a lot of the funding came from military sources. There's a really famous story about Marvin Minsky saying he never had to write a grant application because his MIT lab was so flush with cash from military sources. Now, I don't think that's necessarily the case today, but there are a lot of ties to big tech. And again, these things aren't necessarily overt agenda settings. Sometimes they are, but sometimes they're a lot more subtle than that. And they can shape the kinds of questions that are answered or the kinds of questions that are not answered, and also how we answer those questions. So that's a little bit of the challenge with the field and historically where it's come from. And I want to say that I don't think this is just an AI problem. So one of the things I always talk about when I do talks about responsible AI or AI ethics, which by the way, I'm using interchangeably today, I talk about this issue of power. I really think this is core to what's going on. It's about who has power and who doesn't in a system, and how do we rebalance that power dynamic. And so this is a data set I love to show when I'm doing talks about how does historical bias get encoded in a data set. So this is a small data set. We can take it in at a glance and we can see what the issues are. We can see that this is a data set made up of primarily white men. There's only one female on this slide. And if we were to look into the socioeconomic or class backgrounds of who these people are, I think we'd see a certain type of person who gets to hold this kind of power. And this is a similar dynamic to what I've been explaining was going on in the field of AI. And so now we can turn to this issue of responsible AI, AI ethics, and think about who's sounding the alarm. So if we think about the work that's being done, especially the pioneering work that's being done in this field, in this topic of responsible AI, the group of people doing that work look quite a bit different than the group of people who are building the technology. So in this field, we see a lot of women. I would say disproportionately over-indexed with women. When I think about the who's who of responsible AI and who's actually doing the work, there are a lot of women in this field. There's a lot more diversity in terms of BIPOC communities, LGBTQ2 communities, and people who have not just technical backgrounds. So as Cansu was talking about, people from the social sciences, the humanities, the journalists and lawyers, people from a wide range of backgrounds are coming to this field alongside the data scientists and the computer scientists to do this work. I still think this field skews fairly academic at the moment, and I think that's something that we can look at broadening. And I think events like today help to do that work, where we're calling upon industry groups to take part in this discussion about responsible AI and share their practices. So we're moving the work beyond academia. And I also think we can do some more work to move the work beyond just people who are of a certain class. So we talk a lot about these vulnerable communities that are being impacted. Well, those communities also deserve a seat at the table, a stake. They deserve to be engaged and part of the process. And so I think there's opportunity to kind of broaden that out and include more people into these discussions. And in terms of including more people in these discussions, I just want to push on this just a little bit, be a little bit more provocative in how we think about this area of AI ethics or responsible AI, and kind of step out to maybe a more global picture of how this work is moving forward. And so in many of the communities that I'm part of on a global basis, I still do see that the global north tends to set the agenda. So I see a lot of representation from the US, the UK, Europe, Canada to a lesser extent, but who's not part of that conversation? I think that's always an important question to ask when you're thinking about working in the world of inclusion. And we don't necessarily see as much representation from the global south, from Africa, from Asian countries. And if AI is really going to be inclusive for everyone, we need to make sure that we're having a global conversation about responsible AI. I've already talked about academia and the need to move beyond academia, but I also want to add big tech into the mix, because I think big tech can sometimes dominate the agenda as well. And I see a huge role for industry to play, especially SMEs, small businesses, mid-sized organizations who are outside of the technology sphere but are going to be using these tools. I think all of those groups have a role to play in advancing this work, alongside community groups, civil society organizations, and government. So overall, I think more non-tech stakeholders need to be part of this conversation. And I was able to hang out on Friday night with a really cool group of people here in Alberta. They have a club. They're just a community group that wants to learn more about AI. So they formed a club and they invite speakers to come and talk about different topics. And so I was able to give a talk on Friday, and we had a really great conversation about responsible AI and AI ethics. And they had some fantastic questions. And that's the kind of thing I think needs to happen more in a democratic society, is inviting people who are outside the inner circle into these conversations. I also think that the conversation has been dominated by a Western-centric perspective on ethics. And to a certain extent, that seems normal because, again, the global north seems to be setting the agenda. And so we're having these conversations and it's all new and we need to start somewhere. But I don't think we should leave it there. I think it's really important that we push ourselves to learn more about and include different perspectives. So what are Indigenous perspectives when it comes to this work? What about Eastern philosophies? What about Pan-African perspectives? I think there's a lot that we can learn and bring to the conversation to really include a wider range of voices at the table. In terms of what is considered an ethical issue, I think that's another area that we can broaden things out, and we can talk about things like the environment. Is that an AI ethics issue? Some people say yes, when we think about all the electricity and all the resources needed to have an always-on AI-enabled kind of system in place. What about the gig economy and all the people who label data sets, all the people who do content moderation? They're part of these bigger systems as well, platform workers. And so we can think about AI issues as being a lot more broad than maybe some of the narrow focus that we tend to have on issues such as bias and fairness and justice, which, don't get me wrong, are very important issues. So to sum that up, what I'm trying to say is that I believe responsible AI is more than debiasing data sets. I believe that that is an important issue. It's one that sometimes gets too much focus or can get too much attention, but to me, it's not the whole conversation. Instead, I think about issues of power and how we can shift power in a system. And this quote really speaks to me on that point, not asking about if AI is good or fair, but asking about how power is being shifted in a system. And so with that question in mind, I just want to take a closer look at this issue of EDI and AI. So when I think about how will equity, diversity, and inclusion shift power in the field of AI in terms of who gets to build these technologies, first of all, I do think that this group of stakeholders has a lot to say about mitigating harmful impacts. Again, having a group of diverse people look at a problem and come at it from different angles is going to result in reducing harms and impacts, especially from vulnerable communities, if you're consulting with them and bringing them on board as stakeholders. However, I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. I feel like that's table stakes. I feel like that's the basics. What I think a more diverse set of creators will do is they will see new problems to solve. And so again, this goes back to the perspectives of who gets to set an agenda, who decides what problems are worthy of solving. And I think that increasing diversity and inclusion in this field is going to allow us to see things in a new way and see new problems to solve. And tied to that point is this next point about having different values and being informed to solve those problems in a new way. So I'll just give you a quick example about that. When we think about how data collection has been done in the world of AI, there's been this sense that we can just be very extractive. We'll just go out to the internet, we'll scrape the internet, we'll get a bunch of training examples, we'll train our model, and that's okay to do that. Well, a diverse set of creators might have different values and different perspectives, and they might say that's actually not okay to do that. We're going to do things quite differently. And so that's what I mean by having a different way of actually doing the work. So we'll have different problems that we're going to solve, a different way of doing the work. And that's all leading to this next point about who gets to shape the future and what kind of future we're going to create. And Ruha Benjamin, who is a sociologist who does work in the field of AI ethics, wrote a great book called Race After Technology. And she talks about this idea of a very small set of people getting to set the direction of the future, and then the rest of us all have to live within it. And that got me really thinking about the metaverse and the idea of the metaverse. And I'm sitting here going, you know, I didn't really ask for the metaverse to become a thing, and yet it's all over the place, and we're talking about the metaverse. And you can see that this is very much agenda setting from a particular perspective. A particular group of incentives are tied to it. But is that the future that we want? I don't know, maybe it is. But in a democratic society, we need to have the conversation about it and make the decision together. And that's the part that hasn't really happened yet. So in all of that, I think that industry, again, can play a really important role. And in particular, SMEs, small businesses, other sectors outside of big tech, I think they have a really important role to support that diversity, equity, inclusion that we need to really shift power and shift the distribution of power in AI. All right, so that's a lot of background about where we've come from. I want to end this talk and this last part of the talk on this idea of the heroes that we need, and actually want to celebrate some of the heroes that we have, some of the fantastic people who've been doing this work already. And I want to start out with our very own Bethany Edmunds. So Bethany is the reason that we're here today. She started CascadAI. She's doing fantastic work as a professor at Northeastern, leading the charge, developing courses, training the next generation. So one of the great female leaders in this field. And Bethany's part of this bigger group of people. And I'm so fortunate to have the pleasure of being part of this wonderful community of women in AI ethics. And there's some really amazing people who were pioneers in this field, people like Kathy O'Neill, people like Joy Buolamwini, people like Sophia Noble, people who've literally written books about AI ethics and responsible AI. And I want to call out one person in particular, and that's Dr. Timnit Gebru. Dr. Gebru was named one of Time's top 100 most influential people for 2022. And she is doing some really amazing work since her departure from Google, launching an independent research institute and just advancing the charge of responsible AI, AI ethics, and really focusing her work on some areas that don't necessarily get a lot of attention. She's doing a lot of work in Africa. These are some of the books and resources that have shaped my thinking on this topic and that I recommend to others who are interested. And many of them were written by those women that you saw on that prior slide. I also want to give a big shout out to Michael and Caroline Runningwolf. I was actually supposed to co-present today with Michael, and unfortunately we weren't able to make that happen due to some circumstances. But Michael's doing some fantastic work in launching Indigenous in AI, and Caroline is doing her PhD. She's an anthropologist working out of the University of British Columbia, and they are doing work using NLP models to preserve languages in their culture. And it really ties also very well to this next piece of work I want to highlight, which is a set of articles by the journalist Karen Howe. So Karen writes for MIT Technology Review, and she's done this fantastic set of articles recently about anti-colonialism, decolonizing AI. I really love everything that she does, but this particular piece of work really spoke to me. And it's about a community in New Zealand, Maori community, that's again using natural language processing to help preserve a language. So it's really community-led, and this project it takes the community values, especially how data is collected and used and who owns data and so forth, and is really using those to inform how the project is done. So those are some of my heroes when it comes to this field of responsible AI. And just to wrap up, I'll just let you know a little bit more about me. So you can find out more about my work at ethicallyalignedai.com. I have built Canada's first AI ethics micro-credential, and my aim is to bring some turnkey training solutions to organizations. And I regularly blog and host a podcast about a whole range of issues. And I'm happy to connect with you on LinkedIn. But right now, I do have time for some questions. I'm going to stop sharing so that I can see everybody, and then I'm happy to answer some questions.
Thank you, Katrina. Very interesting talk, and thank you for highlighting the work of other Northeastern people like Bethany and Michael Runningwolf. And I will say that you cannot even bias data. We are only mitigating bias, so it's even worse than that. Yeah. So we will take 5 minutes from the break to answer some questions. So please, the first question. So okay, you can read it now, Katrina.
Okay, here we go. So Q1. How can we teach for or incentivize men and women, men and people of other privileged identities to consider different perspectives transforming the, hey, it should be fine mentality to, okay, let me look into this. Yeah, that's a really great question. And I think it really speaks to the need for cultural change and how do we implement cultural change? It's not an easy thing to do. One of the things that I've been doing in my own journey around EDI is taking a look at tools like the Power and Privilege Wheel. And that's a tool that if you've done any training in EDI, you might be familiar with, but it really just, you answer a bunch of questions and you sort of see where you land on this wheel. And it's great having that kind of visualization to go, oh, I really do have a lot of privileges. So I think that's the start of something like that, is sort of bringing awareness to the topic, training, and then implementing as many incentives as you can in terms of the process in your organization to make sure people are guided into doing the right thing. It's not easy work. It is not easy work to do. It takes time and effort. So I hope that gives you a little bit of an idea and answers some of your question.
So the second question is, can we expect the technical community to understand and appreciate the collective socioeconomic psyche and how the regional cultural biases factor in as well? Maybe even customizing the AI technologies that are being developed.
Yeah, well, I think this is, to the extent that we can have interdisciplinary collaborations, I think there's a really fantastic opportunity to be able to do some of that work, because the fact of the matter is, you know, we're going to be experts on one thing, but not everything. And I think part of it is having an openness to hearing from other people, hearing from other perspectives, and then being able to take that into the project and kind of own that as a team. So, you know, can we expect technical people to understand and appreciate? I think so. I mean, I'm hopeful that we can help them understand and appreciate. I don't expect that technical people are going to be the ones grappling with these issues. And I think that's what Cansu is getting at as well, is that, you know, there needs to be other people, ethicists like Cansu, who are the ones who are grappling with those issues, but are brought in as part of the team to work together with the technical people.
Right. So the next question is, for academics who wants to contribute to the work you are doing, what could that look like in a practical sense? So what do you want from academics?
What do I want from academics? So one of the things that strikes me about academia is you have no shortage of knowledge, but what the challenge is knowledge mobilization. So it's taking all of the amazing theories, the papers, all of these things that when you think about industry and how busy people are in industry, they have time to read the high-level summary and then they want to apply something right away. In academia, it's about doing the thorough literature review and knowing, you know, everything. And so how do you take that and parse that into something that can be applied in industry or in government or in a community setting? How do you bridge that? And that's what I'm hoping to do. And so what I would look for from academics is help to do that, help to take the amazing wealth of knowledge that you have and make it applied.
So the last question we have is where there are alternative funds come from to pull the industry away from dependency on big tech and military budgets?
Yeah, that's a really challenging question. I think that, you know, I'm thinking a lot about alternative business models. I'm really interested in business models. My undergrad was in business. And so I think about things like cooperatives, for example. What's the role of a cooperative? Is there something that we can learn from? Could we scale that? What would that look like? Can we fund technology companies in a different way? We have a very particular way of doing that right now with VC funding, accelerators, and 10xing things. Does it need to be that way? I don't know. Like maybe there are other ways of doing things that can pull at the business model a little bit and challenge things. But it's not my area of expertise, but those are just some ideas.
Well, great. And I guess we have some NGOs or nonprofit foundations, especially for families that now are giving money to these causes. But of course, it's not the same amount of funding that you get from big tech and military funding. So thank you, Katrina, for your participation. This is a great way to finish the first session. And remember, we are coming back in 27 minutes for the second session in the afternoon, where we will have many industry talks coming from Canal.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session. In the afternoon session, we're going to have 5 more invited speakers, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is going to be Var Shankar, who is the Director of Policy at the Responsible AI Institute, and he's going to be talking about why context is key for responsible AI. Welcome, Var, and the stage is yours.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Ibrahim. I am Var, as Ibrahim mentioned. I am an attorney by background and currently Director of Policy at the Responsible AI Institute, which is an Austin-based organization that works toward the adoption of AI systems that are safe and trustworthy. And thanks also to CascadAI for organizing this event and for your important work and for bringing us together. The event lineup is really great and it's a super insightful and accomplished group. So thanks for bringing us. It's been great to see the responsible AI conversation evolving over the past few years as AI deployment gathers pace. And for me, it's been hard to pinpoint exactly when corporate interest in AI gained critical mass. A lot of people that I talk to, I think in the popular imagination, would say that it's 2016 when AlphaGo beat Lisadol at Go. And of course, there's a documentary film about that. I would probably argue that it was a few years earlier in 2012. So by then, Geoffrey Hinton had been working on neural networks for over 40 years. And in the fall of 2012, he, with two of his graduate students at the University of Toronto, published a paper confirming the power of deep neural networks. And Hinton and his two students then formed a company with the intention of selling it to the highest bidder. And the participants in the bidding were Google, Baidu, Microsoft, DeepMind, and some others. So we know that the auction started at $12 million and that the eventual winning bid from Google was $40 million. But what we don't know is how high that price could have gone, because Hinton and his team stopped the bidding at $40 million once they'd all agreed that Google was the best fit for them. So in my mind, that episode illustrated kind of the turning point of corporate interest in neural networks and a resurgence in corporate adoption of AI systems. So since 2012 and the auction, we've seen that AI has helped us make major breakthroughs, like tackling the protein folding problem and guiding the way toward truly personalized healthcare. But like any high leverage technology, AI has a bit of a dark side. So as an example, in the past, authoritarian governments have never been able to achieve perfect surveillance of their residents, and AI is making this potentially within their reach. So the work of channeling AI in a way that promotes our values is not just interesting, but it's important. So for our time together today, I was thinking that if the turning point in corporate interest in AI adoption was 10 years ago, it might be a good time to ask, what have we learned in the past decade about how to deploy AI responsibly? And I'll focus the rest of my comments on kind of three observations and lessons that I think we can take away over the past decade of AI deployment. So the first observation is that in this effort, we have strong foundations. And what I mean by that is that we have time-tested institutions, both in the government and independent, and we have thriving civil society organizations, many of which are represented in this lineup here today. And in addition to those, we also have a legal system and industry-specific laws, which have already, over tens or hundreds of years, identified the context-specific risks in different industries. So what those risks are in finance or healthcare or employment isn't guesswork for us. We have a lot of experience. We still have to address how AI might transform these industries, but we also have a good track record of governing high leverage technologies. So as an example of that, many countries now peacefully harness nuclear energy for electricity, while helping keep an eye on more concerning research around the world. And with AI too, we can see that policy response is underway. So in 2019, the AI principles were published by the OECD, and these principles are now considered internationally agreed upon. They've been adopted by members of the G20 and others, and they inform CascadAI. We've also seen dozens of countries their plans for funding research, for promoting innovation, for talent. And last year, we got a draft of the EU's AI Act, which would assign levels of risk to AI depending on their use case. And so government use of AI in certain fields, like social scoring, would be banned outright. Whereas AI systems used in high-risk use cases like employment or border control would be required to go through conformity assessments and auditing processes both before and after deployment. And I think commentators generally expect that the EU's AI Act will pass, and that will be sometime probably next year. In the US, we have seen local laws prohibiting controversial uses of AI by government. There have been quite a few on facial recognition used by law enforcement. And we've also seen lawmakers been focused on areas like employment and social media. And then in addition to lawmakers, we've also seen courts increasingly been asked to weigh in on issues related to AI. And in the US and around the world, we've also seen federal agencies paying close attention. So in the US, this would include the White House's Office of Science and Technology Policy, the Federal Trade Commission, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and others. So these agencies are doing the important work of describing how sector-specific regulations apply to AI systems. And also just reminding everybody that just because there is not guidance on how a particular regulation applies to an AI system doesn't mean that the use of AI exempts that system from legal oversight and industry-specific legal oversight. So if we want our time-tested institutions to continue to support our responsible AI deployment, we need to protect those institutions. And this is particularly important in fields in which these institutions themselves are being impacted by AI systems. So I'll move on to my second observation, which is that we need to standardize responsible AI requirements while being flexible about how those requirements are implemented. So responsible AI means different things in different contexts. And we need to ensure that AI systems that could truly bring us closer to personalized healthcare don't inadvertently end up replicating the existing societal biases in healthcare delivery, for example. And we need to make sure that AI systems that track human traffickers aren't repurposed by others to track human rights activists. So standardizing while being flexible is really one of the keys to our work at the Responsible AI Institute. We have mapped over 200 AI principle and standard documents to inform our Responsible AI implementation framework, which contains 6 implementation dimensions. And we work closely with our community to calibrate the implementation framework to each use case, because we found that implementation always varies by use case, jurisdiction, industry, and other contextual factors. And we work with corporate members, industry-specific working groups like those in HR and lending, and with partners like academics to develop conformity assessment schemes and other certification tools for specific use cases. So responsible AI requires a thoughtful approach throughout the development lifecycle. And we work with our members to develop standard documentation for each AI system. And this usually includes documentation of its purpose, a mapping of its impacts and harms, and detailed evidence for its performance and risk mitigation measures across each of the implementation dimensions. Our team is led by Ashley Casavan, and she previously led the development of Canada's Directive on Automated Decision Making, which was the first such major government directive in the world. And we were proud to announce last week that we'll be having a first of its kind pilot with the Standards Council of Canada to test our implementation framework and other elements of our certification program and conformity assessment schemes. So developing standard documentation and processes while grounding ourselves in specific use cases and maintaining that flexibility to ground ourselves in specific use cases can ensure that we are realistic about what we intend for AI to achieve in a given context. But it can also help us be more ambitious with AI deployment. So my favorite legal scholar is Cass Sunstein, and he always likes to point out that a lot of human decision-making is also biased or at least arbitrary. And he's done a lot of work to back up that assertion. So high quality and scalable responsible AI can, at its best, help us bring greater accountability to human decision-making in our organizations. So I'll move to the third observation, which is we need more people from different backgrounds to join the conversation. So if we need to build upon our existing strengths and institutions, and we need to standardize processes and requirements while being cognizant of the context, we need to do more work on how AI interacts with other fields. And this interdisciplinary work is kind of progressing unevenly. It's more advanced in some fields, and we can do a lot better in other fields. So as an example of fields that it's going well in, international security experts are now carefully monitoring developments in chip making, funding, and ability to attract talent as kind of inputs into AI development. Another surprising area is patent law, and we've already had patent lawyers litigating whether an AI system can be listed as an inventor on a patent application, and we know that the answer for now is no, at least according to rulings last year by courts in the US and the UK. In fields like the intersection of AI with diversity and inclusion and environmental protection, we're seeing lots of progress, but we can also do much better. So one of our responsible AI governing board members, Miriam Vogel, was recently asked to chair the US National AI Advisory Committee, which advises the Department of Commerce and the White House on AI matters. And the diversity of backgrounds and experiences that is represented on that committee, I think can serve as a great model for other organizations and committees as they govern their AI systems. And so this is a trend that we need to accelerate and we need to do so quickly. So children are increasingly interacting with voice assistants. So we need to think about the best ways to include child psychologists and children's rights advocates during the design process for an AI system, but also in the broader conversation. And then as another example, this really impressive tool from OpenAI that I'm sure everybody's seen called DALL-E. It turns text into art. And it's really impressive to see an AI system generate art. But we also need to be thinking about how we can get artists to develop new paradigms for AI systems. And how can we include them in the conversation? So we still have a long way to go, but I've been pleasantly surprised at how mainstream this conversation has become, and at how people from different backgrounds, from computer science to community organizing to social scientists, are advancing the conversation. So I think I'm almost out of time. So those are my thoughts about lessons we can draw from the past 10 years, and how those lessons can help guide us as we navigate the even higher rates of corporate AI adoption that we're likely to see in the next 10 years. So thanks everyone for listening, and I'm happy to take a few questions.
Thank you very much, Var. Very interesting. I have a few questions here that I can ask, and if anyone has any further questions, please put it in the chat, and we'll discuss with Var. So the first one from the audience is, what do you think about regulating the use of technology instead of regulating an economic sector, for instance, health or food? So
that's a really good question, and it's kind of related to the earlier observation about industry-specific regulation. So I guess short answer is we need to do both. There are so I use the example of nuclear energy. There are lots of other great examples. I think there are some times when the nature of a technology, like its ability to scale, for example, quickly, or its ubiquity, or how many people use it around the world. Those sorts of attributes can make the technology itself something that requires policy attention. But generally, I think that we've done a pretty good job of pinpointing the risks in different economic sectors. And so we definitely need to use that as kind of the base of how to regulate AI in each use case.
Mm-hmm. Now, what are your thoughts about this concept of risk associated with AI being unpredictable? So you could get yourself into situations where you couldn't predict the AI would behave in certain ways. And then when you deploy the technology, you would start observing certain, various types of biases and prejudices and so on. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, no, that's a really great question. I think, so I mentioned our harms mapping process. So one of the buckets that we think about a lot are those kind of unknown behavior by the AI system. And you can get a good idea from kind of similar systems that are similar, either deployed in similar ways or have some technology similarity, and where they've gone wrong in other elsewhere. And doing that research is kind of part of your diligence at the design stage. But there's really no substitute for ongoing monitoring and pre-deployment testing. That is so. Yeah, so pre-deployment testing is crucial to kind of understand impacts on people of different backgrounds, and then on having a great ongoing monitoring program that is kind of aligned with the level of risk of the system, right? So if it's like not a very high risk system, then the monitoring can be less frequent, whereas if it affects a lot of people, or it affects people in a very important way, that would have to be continuous. And then one other piece I'll add in there before we move to next question. I think that lessons at decommissioning. So one of the areas that people tend not to pay that much attention is like when at the end of the life cycle. And I think that that's a great time to learn a lot about the best example of deployment in your organization is at the end of the life cycle. You get everyone who was involved in it and have kind of a debrief about what you can do better next time. So yeah, those are my thoughts there.
Okay, perfect, excellent. There's one more question, and I have a couple of questions myself. We'll see how we're doing with time. So the question is, are there any risks to corporations adopting responsible AI wholesale? How can we maintain the authenticity and moral underpinnings of the concept and prevent it from becoming a marketing term or a rubber stamp?
Yeah, that's also a great question. So I think I would probably generally advise against responsible AI being adopted wholesale. I think that having a responsible AI program that is effective is part of the puzzle. So having kind of the organizational governance and policies and documentation best practices, you absolutely need that. But then you also need to be focused on the use case. So yeah, the system level assessments that we recommend, as well as the kind of ongoing monitoring of each AI system, that's really where you capture a lot of the context piece. So I would agree that you need to have both of those pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the other thing that's kind of top of my mind, and I think a lot of people are also discussing it, given what Elon Musk is saying about Twitter having to open up their code and making it transparent and so on. What are your thoughts about regulating the technology behind AI that's deployed within social contexts, things like social networks and so on? One aspect of it is the practicality of it, the pragmatics, and the other is the whole business model behind it and so on and so forth. So what are your thoughts about regulating an open model for AI technology?
Yeah, that's a really hard question. I think that I would kind of put it in that bucket of the fields in which institutions themselves could be potentially impacted by AI systems. So we rely on these institutions and their strengths, but social media is kind of one of those areas where it's kind of important for our political discourse. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. So I will say some of the research in this space has been surprising. So some of the initial, initial findings about how the nature of a social media platform is what causes people to have more extreme views. Some of that research, like more recent research, has like pulled back on that a little bit, finding instead that people are just more likely to congregate in those people are a lot of the time, and of course this varies by country and context. So a lot of the time it's kind of like people who behave the same way online as they do offline, but offline people don't. Offline you don't have a megaphone that can get retweeted a million times, but when that person is online, suddenly everybody's like, I really like this guy's fighting spirit or whatever. So like there's a lot of very specific specific research questions that still need to be ironed out in the field of social media, I think, before we can have an intelligent answer to that question. And I don't think it's unfair to kind of do the best we can in the meantime, though. Like, we don't have to wait until we know all the answers before we take some sort of regulatory action. So, appreciate that was kind of a complicated answer, but it was a tough question.
Yeah. And I'll maybe squeeze in one or two more questions here from the audience. What are the greatest challenges you see facing responsible AI adoption over the next 10 years?
So I think that the winner-take-all element that both at a societal level and kind of at an industry and organizational level that's associated with AI is one big challenge. So data is increasingly kind of concentrated in a few areas, government being one of those areas, but also some organizations being others. And so, and then of course, like access to talent, access to funding, these things can easily create a winner-take-all dynamic where the first mover in an industry or the first country to develop a good AI ecosystem kind of reaps all of the gains. And the same thing could happen, with the workforce, where some people with the right training and skills can, reap a lot of the benefits of AI, while others can that might take a while to retrain or reskill, could see themselves getting left behind. So I think that would be probably the number one policy challenge for responsible AI.
Maybe I'll get you one last one in here. There's so many interesting questions, but maybe we can keep this maybe answered quickly. Why do you support amendments to CDA 230, and why can't big tech simply regulate itself?
So I think there are thoughtful ways. So a lot of people who are much bigger experts on Section 230, have other thoughts on it. But I think that my general impression is that the emphasis on it is kind of misplaced, and that there are a lot of other things that we can do that are easier to do, that we should be doing. To the second point about tech regulating itself, I think I think it is important to listen to people practitioners. It's very important to have practitioner insights. But I'll just point to the last observation from my talk, which was it's also really important to subject this responsible AI conversation to the political process and to have a diversity of voices.
I think that's a great point to end on, diversity of voices. Thank you very much, Var. I really enjoyed talking to you and listening to your perspectives. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Okay. So thank you very much, Var Shankar, Director Policy at Responsible AI Institute. So we're moving to our next speaker. Neil Ternowetsky is a CTO and product manager at Trainfo Corporation. And he's going to be talking about responsible machine learning solutions for North American supply chains. Welcome, Neil. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Great to be out here. It's going to take a second here and share my screen. All right, let me know when you can see it. We all set? Oh, can't hear you.
Yes, we can see you. And see the slides.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, yeah, thank you very much for having me out here today. I'm Neil Ternowetsky. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Trainfo, and I want to talk to you about how we look at responsible AI from a corporate perspective at Trainfo. My presentation won't necessarily be looking at a case study of responsible AI, but more looking at who is Trainfo? How do we implement AI, and what are the responsible elements that we take into consideration with AI? So who is Trainfo? Why do we exist? Well, the railroads move 1.7 billion tons of freight per year. This is actually 1/3 of all the U.S. freights that is moved. And anyone who's peripheral to that network, it's kind of a black hole of what's happening inside that network. You don't really understand what's happening until it comes out the other end. And this creates major issues in road safety. Every 3 hours, there's an accident at a rail crossing, and the fatalities and the injuries that happen there are really significant. But one of the things that really grabbed me was the economic impact of each of these incidents. It costs our economy, $10 million per incident during these events, which is about $30 million a day is the cost of an accident at a crossing. Traffic congestion, we see 1.7 million blockages per day. That equates to about 300 million vehicles impacted every single day across North America, and close to 1 billion hours of delay that occurs there. Emergency services, we see about 1 in 30 emergency responders being delayed at active rail crossings. And when you look at the cases of cardiac arrest, every single minute of delay in response time results in an increase of 50% in fatalities. So it's a pretty big issue on that side as well. And then looking over also with supply chains. We're seeing it right now, especially with the volatility in our supply chains today. But as soon as you get a ripple in that chain, there's a cascading impact that just disrupts a lot of things. And so when you have a bit of a disruption in the rail network, we start seeing the failing just-in-time systems. And so our solution. So we are democratizing train data. So we have our own sensors that we install off of the rail right away. So we don't have to work with the railroads to do any of this stuff. And in fact, the railroads love that. They get complaints about all kinds of issues at rail crossings, and more often than not now they give the city our card and they contact us and we start addressing the solution. And we spent a long time investigating technology to detect trains, characterize their movements. And it wasn't as simple as I thought it would be going into it, especially when you try to consider building a solution that's going to be scalable. You don't have to spend hours and hours of design at every single site to, calibrate algorithms and all those kinds of things. And so we tested, camera, LiDAR, radar, microwave, infrared, accelerometers, and we ultimately landed on acoustics. And so, we use the acoustics to detect the presence of the train. We get really rich data in terms of characterizing the movements. And it was really interesting because when you look at things like camera and radar, we got great data for detection, got great data to say what's the speed of that train at the very front of the train. But after that, we're working with Continental, the automotive radar manufacturer, and they were even saying like, yeah, we're not going to be able to get you better data after the train's there, and you have a 1.5 mile long train. That speed can change pretty dramatically throughout. And then with cameras, the monotonic characteristics of each rail car made it difficult to identify unique characteristics to say that this car is this car and it's moved this much in terms of position of the screen. And so we found that to be another challenge. And also with both those technologies, we would have to be very specific as to how do we line up sensors when we deploy them, and adding extra costs to rolling this out. With the acoustics, we are basically able to slap it on a pole within 30 meters of the crossing. It takes about an hour to install it, and sensor is self-calibrating, and within 2 days we're live. So that's the one side of it. The other piece here is we ingest a lot of data, GPS data, vehicle telematics, rail crossing inventory, shipper and port records, satellite imagery, and basically looking at the relationship between these third-party data sets and our data sets to be able to understand cause and effect, and to look at the relationships between these elements. And it all gets fused into our cloud environments. And today, the products we're taking to market are really about predicting train movements. We're doing things with traffic management where we are, reducing congestion and delay. We are ingesting data into emergency responder dispatch systems to automate the unit selection and recommendation for dispatching. And we've done a lot of work with connected and autonomous cars. Just trying to hide this here. In the automotive industry. So we've actually been working with BlackBerry QNX, and it's, a lot of people get surprised when I say BlackBerry, but they're still a pretty major player in the automotive industry. Vehicles 2008 and newer, they are using their operating system in those vehicles to build autonomous features, adaptive cruise control, things like that are built on that operating system. And so we've been working with them for the last couple of years, looking at connected vehicle applications, looking at autonomous vehicle applications. And the reality is, the market's not quite there yet. With the connected pieces like with CarPlay and Android Auto, that developer ecosystem is still quite locked down. With autonomous, we're probably looking at the big challenge there is the automotive sector is very worried about opening up the network. What else can talk to the car? What can influence the car's movements? Right now, the best security is designed is to have the car be isolated, so that there's no risk of foreign ingestion of data that's going to negatively influence the vehicle. So we're still looking at those pieces there. So like I said, the market's not quite ready for those kinds of applications just yet. But we are also doing research into predicting freight demand, doing some work with the Port of Vancouver, Port of Charleston, looking at how the port operations are changing based off of disruptions and changes into rail activity. And then, the more data we get in to pair up with the data that we have, the other insights we're trying to glean from it to be able to, find new products and explore. And so, we've been very happy with our rollout go-to-markets. We started in 2018 going to markets, and COVID was really quite tough for us. We weren't able to, there's a lot of municipal budget freezes where cities weren't able to, acquire our technology. So we were basically flat for a couple of years, but so minus those 2 years of COVID, we've been able to get ourselves into 20 cities at over 100 crossings, getting great feedback from the markets, and it's going quite well. And so, how is info enabled by AI? So we use a lot of different techniques. We use Bayesian networks, Bayesian regression, ridge regression, various clustering models. And, we haven't needed deep learning. And at this point, not that we haven't tested with, neural networks and things like that, but the value we see getting from those items today, it hasn't been worth it. And what I mean by that is, the neural network, it's very tough to understand the relationships that are made inside of there, to be able to glean new insights, to go why, to be able to, what are the data sets should we be bringing into this? And so we take that very seriously because we are very young in our company's lifespan, and we want to understand what else should we be bringing in? Why is the relationship being made the way that it is? And so it's much easier for us to unpack any of these other types of approaches than trying to reverse engineer than what the network did to be able to grab those insights. And not only that, but we're talking about responsible AI. AI is often seen as a black box. And so for us to be able to unpack it and explain it and get third-party validation on the approaches and why it's coming out the way that it is, there is a bit of a risk that we are putting a bit of the proprietary nature of our technology out there. But with government markets and the people that we're working with, it's been important for them to be able to understand, have confidence that, okay, we trust your predictions. Yeah, you're showing me this, but what happens in these scenarios there, especially when you're dealing with emergency responders and things like that, having that visibility has been really critical. And I won't say that we won't ever go to looking at alternative approaches with neural networks and things like that. But for today, for where we're at, it's been really important for us to use the right tool for the job. And it just hasn't been those things at this point. But like I said, we have tested various approaches. And what do we understand? So using those different approaches, we understand future train movements. In a lot of cases, we can understand a train movement's going to happen as many as 20 minutes before it's going to happen. We know how long it'll be there for, how long until it gets to that location. The characteristics segmentation of the rail network is a really big one for us. And so what I mean by the characteristic segmentation is that if you look at the rail network as a graph, if you will, with edges and nodes, not every single edge or segment of the network is going to be created equal. Some are going to influence freight movements different than other ones, and we've been able to classify the entire network to understand which parts of the network influence what more. Adjacency to a port or to a terminal or to a particular shipper or manufacturer. We've been able to characterize a lot of that throughout the entire North American rail system and train the model to understand how are these segments weighting freight activity. We're able to infer, the commodity being moved, even from our acoustics. It's telling us a lot. It's telling us, is this car loaded? Is it not loaded? Is it a flatbed? Is it a intermodal container? Pairing that up also with our segmentation of the rail network, we can draw those things together to understand, okay, this is what's being moved here. Short-term changes in regional supply and demand for the supply chain. So like I was mentioning before, we've been working with a couple of port authorities to help understand, can we provide the rail activity that's going to be happening as a leading indicator to something that's going to disrupt their operations. So we've been doing a lot of work on that area as well and have some good understandings there. And, the community impacts, especially as it relates to responsible AI, and I mean, I'm not going to downplay the congestion issues and supply chain issues, but, as it relates to the responsible use of AI to provide a societal benefit, I'm really, really happy about to talk about the community impacts, especially as it relates to emergency responders. We actually had a bit of a groundbreaking project with the U.S. Department of Transportation. It was the first time that they had ever contracted a Canadian company to do research in Canada, so outside of the U.S. First time they'd ever funded that. And so here at the City of Winnipeg, we started measuring and quantifying the risk of emergency responders being exposed to active rail crossings. So how frequently are they delayed? How much is that delay? What areas of the city are most impacted by this? And got great results from the study. It was fantastic, but we got some really interesting insights. We saw like gravitational centers in the city being driven by social demographic characteristics that were influencing responder origins and destinations. So we started training a model to train off of Winnipeg to say, hey, well, can we predict somewhere else what the origin destination paths are going to be? And so far, in a number of cases, we've been successful in training that and working with the University of South Carolina to provide some validation on this. But we're going to be scaling that research out to see if we can actually build a model of all of North America and infer the risk of responders being exposed to active rail crossings across North America without having to go to every single agency and say, hey, give me your call log data. Install all of these sensors. We'll be able to do it for a fraction of the price and really understand the impacts. And so, yeah, we're really excited about that and excited to provide that societal benefit. And I mean, that's what it's really all about. It's all about the benefits, right? So you have a responsibility of not just doing AI for the sake of AI, but to actually provide a benefit to consumers, to our societies, to our communities. And so, for us, it's really important for us to be quantifying those things. And so some of the benefits that we're seeing, I put an asterisk on this top one here because this is really preliminary when I talk about being able to have a 5-day indicator for supply and demand changes. That is very case specific, so I wouldn't go and broadcast that we can do it across the entire network. But in the locations that we're experimenting, we have been able to see that. So we are seeing a 22% reduction in vehicles interacting with trains. And so if you recall back that stats on $30 million a day thrown away in our economy with accidents at grade crossings, we're able to cut that by 22%. And then also the traffic delay piece, we're able to reduce it by as much as 30%. And that's a pretty, pairing those two numbers together, those are really important numbers when you look at the cost comparison of a solution like this versus building a bridge. And we were able to do that assessment and find that we are 125 times more cost effective than building a bridge. And I'm not going to go there and say we should never build a bridge over rail crossings ever again. But what we're finding is that, how cities and states and provinces build bridges is they look for federal funding. And they look at these benefit cost analysis to understand, what's the benefit of the investment from the feds. And what we've been able to do is to say, fine, build a bridge here, but let's let that bridge be strategic in supporting maybe 9 adjacent rail crossings. And so your benefit cost analysis now is going to be 9 times what it could have been. And so we're finding we're able to pair up to these grade crossing projects and provide a lot more value for our community and reduce the overall cost to the taxpayer. And I'm meeting on Tuesday with Transport Canada, and they're talking about rolling this out as part of their core strategy for funding grade crossing separations, just to be able to address a broader issue with less cash. And then looking at the first responder delays of rail crossings, we've quantified it. We're reducing those delays by 90%. I'd even go to Charleston, South Carolina, where they were measuring that. I'm always terrified to say this number, but they don't have any more delays at rail crossings for the responders. I'm sure it's more like a 99.99999%, but they're happy to say they don't have the issue anymore. And so again, when looking at the responsible use of AI, it really does come down to the benefits that you're providing. And so what's next for TrainFo? There's only so much that we can do with a rollout where we are just working with 1 or 2 cities here and there. Having this data at scale will really go a long way to, as we strive to democratize all this. And so we're working with the U.S. Department of Transportation on strategies to make this data available at scale to expand the research, expand the learnings we can have on it, but also provide the initial benefits that we're providing. Our team, we're actually re-engineering our entire data architecture right now. So we're moving to a hybrid graph, SQL, and NoSQL environment. And Dave can attest to this. I'm a large advocate of graph data architectures for not just the statistical theory side of things, but the data architecture itself. I think it's just a fantastic way to approach modeling data when you are dealing with complex networks. And I'm a big advocate for that. So I'm really excited about the progress that we're making on that side. And we're going to be looking at developing partnerships and with data providers and supply chain entities to further that research into how can we be a leading indicator for change in the broader supply chain. And with all that, we're ramping up research into AI to generate new and enhanced supply chain insights. So, bringing it all back to responsible AI, the three things that I would like to pull for, the two things, and the third one's just kind of a broader observation from my experience over the last 10 years. Transparency will breed understanding and acceptance. So, we all want to jump to these, more complex and sophisticated structures, but sometimes it's hard to sell those things. It's hard to demonstrate them and get people to buy into it. And so if we really want to be responsible in the acceptance of AI, we really do have to find ways of doing it in transparent ways that people can be really accepting of it. It has to be about the benefits. It has to be about what benefits are we providing here from a market perspective, societal perspective, from all these different perspectives, and not just AI for the sake of AI. I'm as guilty as anybody where I love fiddling at home and toying around with something and learning things, and often I get more excited about what the AI is doing than for the technical perspective of it than actually what the value it's bringing. I'd say 90% of things that I've built in my spare time, fantasy football forecasting, does anybody really care about that? But it's been fun to build. And then, just my broad observations, just having worked in this space and collaborating with university and industry for a number of years, there's a need for industry and academia to meet in the middle. And what I mean by that is, both sides have a responsibility here to see this get rolled out in an affecting, meaningful way. And, academia's got a very, very strong sense on the theoretical approaches and a very heavily driven research initiative and objectives that they have to meet. But the reality is sometimes industry is not where they're at, but industry is not necessarily going to recognize that because this is all new to them. These are all just new terms that we're all trying to wrestle with. And so what I mean by, meeting in the middle here is, academia needs to really understand where industry is at and not, get involved in research that's going to fall flat because we can't sustain it. We don't have the appropriate structures, data architectures in place to be able to see this meaningfully be rolled out and sustained long term. And in a lot of cases, industry partners don't know where they're at yet. So that's all I got here for now, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Neil. This was very, very interesting and quite applied, I'd have to say. So we have some questions from the audience. The first one's up on the screen. Which dimensions of responsible AI are applied in your context?
Yeah, responsible AI, it's societal benefits to make sure that we are providing value to society. It's not just AI for the sake of AI, but we're doing it for community good and for market good and all those things. And even just with the responsibility of this being a new wave, a new push of innovation that we need to foster the rollout of to make sure that we are doing this in a way that's is transparent and open, that people can understand and can really adopt and get behind and trust.
Mm-hmm. So there's another question here. Where in your process is human intervention required? I guess this goes to the heart of human in the loop decision making. In light of earlier comments from Ben Shneiderman, how do you think about replacing versus augmenting human capabilities?
Well, there's a couple levels of that. So strictly from when we train our models, we won't roll it out unless it's been vetted. So we always have somebody who's in there reviewing what the model wants to do and saying, yeah, this seems reasonable, so that we don't get some kind of unexpected number thrown out there. But on the other side of it, the way that it's used for us, it's the only way we're actually going to be fully eliminating. Well, it's tough to answer this unless I look at a few different dimensions here. On the automotive side and the congestion and road safety side, we actually do see humans being pulled out of the equation entirely as with the advent of autonomous vehicles. So with the issues that we're looking to address with congestion and safety at rail crossings, ultimately the majority of those issues are a result of human factors, human behavior. And so I do see in that context, I do see the human equation, the human element being pulled away. But again, that's more of a question for the ethics of autonomous cars than it is for us, and that's a whole different rabbit hole that we could jump into there with the ethics of how do you decide who is going to die in a collision? How do you make all those different decisions there? And yeah, that's a tough one to talk about with autonomous vehicles, and I wouldn't digress that for my discussion here, just because it's not an area that we have too much influence on, but just more supporting that, whatever that outcome might be. But as it relates to first responders, we integrate into the dispatch systems and influence unit recommendations. So in a large way, if you talk to any emergency responder, the toughest part of the job for them is to be able to decipher so much information at a single moment in time, to be able to dispatch the units in a very time-sensitive way to improve response times. And so we are just part of the decision-making supports of their existing human interaction. And so we don't see that being eliminated. We just see it more of a decision support tool, and they can decide that whatever unit is being recommended, we provide the transparency to say why, with the dispatch software vendors, as to why this is being recommended. And ultimately, it's up to them to decide to use the recommendation. And then same thing with supply chains. It's information, it's suggestion, it's recommendation to be able to distill so much information, boil it all down that a person's not going to be able to do. But to allow for us to be able to have those decision support tools with consideration of so many more variables and so many more attributes. And so I don't see that we are circumventing human intervention so much as we are supporting human response.
Mm-hmm. So when I was listening to your talk, I couldn't help but think about this example. Any AI ethics course you take, the first example that everyone's heard about is the train, and whether you go to the left and you hit one person, you go to the right, you hit more. And so in your situation, I understand you're really focused on the technology, but when working with your end users, your partners, how do you ensure that they really understand the implications of your AI-based solutions on their current processes, right? It will, in some cases, revolutionize how they use or make decisions. And how do you actually help them understand the implications of your technology?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. And I mean, so a big capability for us is systems integrations. So integrating into traffic management systems, which is a safety critical system, integrating into dispatch software, which again is another safety critical system. And I talked about with autonomous cars, we're doing a lot of exploration there, but obviously that's a very much a safety critical system. And none of these integrations come easily. So for example, it took us 3 years and government lobby, we actually were recognized by the US Congress as an innovation that should be considered for first responder issues. And it took that level of influence to get those vendors to start considering this kind of influence into their systems. And so we don't take it lightly, and they certainly don't take it lightly. We have to come to the table ready to be able to address, all kinds of issues, all kinds of security issues, all kinds of redundancy issues and things like that. And so how we approach it is really collaborative, and it's case by case, and making sure that in every scenario we provide strong fail safes so that if we fail for whatever reason, there's protocol in place to ensure that we aren't, hindering any other systems that are depending on us.
Wonderful. I heard you talk about at the beginning of your talk about democratization of the rail data, train data. So what does that actually mean? What do you mean by democratizing that data?
So what I mean by that is, if you look across North America, there are really 5 main freight carriers. And so those carriers, they're running a business, and it's in their best interest to hold on to as much data as they can and not share unless they absolutely have to. And so I completely understand a railroad's position to not share data. There's no incentive for them to do that. And so, but again, there's all these consequences of that occur that I was describing earlier, that when I say democratizing the data, for us, it's really about making it available for people to understand how the rail network truly influences them in a quantifiable way that is defensible and can enact change. And so when I talk about democratizing it, that's really what it is for me. It's about making sure that we can make the properly informed decisions with consideration of this monstrous network that sits in the middle of a lot of what we do.
Mm-hmm. I have one more question here from the audience. But I really want to follow up on that democratization. Railroad would be considered a significant infrastructure.
Oh, yes.
And wouldn't democratization kind of go to create liability for when the data is becoming open and cause all sorts of issues when you aggregate all of that huge amounts of data?
Well, I think that's a if you were to talk to the railroads, that's a big reason why they don't share the data. They are very much concerned about the liability of that. And so that's something that we take into consideration as well. And so, we've done all kinds of risk assessments on what happens with the data we're providing if there is, liability on those pieces there. And so we do address that in terms of, how anybody does, with service agreements and things like that. But you're absolutely right. There is a significant consideration has to be made in terms of the liability of this data because it is critical infrastructure. It does connect to so much. But I don't think that means that we should not be striving to have proper visibility within there.
Right. So last question for you. You talked about industry and academia meeting in the middle there. What do you think each sector needs to do, or how should they change to make cross-sector partnerships more effective?
Yeah, I think that on the academic side, I completely understand the need to publish. I think that's incredibly important. There's a significant objective to continue to push theory to be able to make advances for the benefits of society. But I don't think that we can expect our industry partners to be where we need them to be if I'm an academic. And the reality is that if we do go in there with that expectation that the industry is where we want them to be, we may provide them something or build something or research something that they can't stand up, that they can't support, that isn't going to have the legs to run. So I think it's important for the academic space to be able to really recognize where their industry partner is truly at. And I don't know how many people here are familiar with the Big Data Maturity Index. I read it from Bill Schmarazzo, the former chief technology officer from Yahoo. I'm not sure if he coined it, but it's something that I've leaned into a lot. But just recognizing where industry is and those companies are as it relates to that maturity index will go a long way to helping us understand, where are you really at compared to where you want to get to, and what do we have to do from infrastructure perspective to get you there. And not pushing bleeding edge research on something that's won't be able to stand once academia is out of the picture. And on the industry side, I think it's it's a level of just understanding the realities of standing up AI and standing up big data. It's not a magic wave of the wand unless you're looking at somebody to provide you the service. If you're looking at building it in-house and having it be your own IP, it's a much larger endeavor than just exploring the data.
Excellent answer. Thank you very much, Neil. I think everyone enjoyed this presentation, very practical and interesting. So thank you very much for joining us.
No, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to our next presenter, it's my great privilege to welcome Professor Kate Larson from the University of Waterloo, who will be talking about cooperative AI. Welcome, Kate. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully everyone can see my slides, and then I'm going to start. Yes, now I'm going to start my slideshow. So thank you very much for this invitation to talk. I'm going to be talking about today is cooperative AI, which is a sort of a future research agenda that both myself and some colleagues from a variety of institutions have been promoting. So I greatly welcome the opportunity to talk about it. So first, what I'm going to be talking about today is cooperation and cooperative problems. And so I need to define my terms. So when I talk about cooperation, I'm going to be talking about situations where agents, which might be part of an AI system, or they could be human, have some opportunities to cooperate and improve their joint welfare. But for some reason, it's difficult for them to do so. The incentives might not be properly aligned, or there might be sort of a variety of different constraints that make cooperation
my apologies,
difficult.
Kate. My apologies, Kate. Your slides are not on presentation mode.
They are not? Oh, that's too bad. I will try that again. You should be able to see. Are they on presentation mode now?
No, we can actually, I think it may be presenting on an alternative screen.
Okay, it's presented on my own screen. If this is not going to work, I am happy to, it doesn't look as pretty, but I can also do this.
No, if it doesn't work, it's all good.
Yeah, so we'll just continue. I'll just continue by doing this. I apologize. Right. Okay, so where was I? Right, I was defining cooperation. So I'm going to be talking about these cooperative problems, which are going to be scenarios where I said we're going to have some decision makers who would like to cooperate. It's in everyone's best interest, but there'll be barriers for that cooperation. So these sorts of problems are ubiquitous. We see them all the time in our day-to-day lives. So for example, they could be as mundane as trying to agree on when we're going to meet. It could be, or similarly, navigating through traffic as we try to get home. Or they could have sort of global repercussions. So for example, intergovernment negotiations, or similarly kind of trade agreements and commerce among different organizations. Now, what's interesting is if we step back and think a little bit, is that cooperation is something that humans as a species are very, very good at. It's been argued by some researchers that actually, cooperation is our superpower, in that very few species are able to cooperate outside their kin groups, unlike humans. And our societies, for the most part, have evolved to have sort of complex social structure, which sort of enhance cooperation. Now, what we are seeing over the last few years, and certainly into the future, is the advent of more and more AI systems playing an ever greater role in our lives. And so as they become part of our society, become part of our tools that we rely on in our day-to-day interactions, it's going to be very, very important that these AI systems are will not sort of disrupt the cooperative structures that we already have. And furthermore, we'd like to allow them to have the capabilities necessary to both cooperate sort of with others, maybe with other AI systems or with people, and further foster cooperation. But in order to do this, it's going to require sort of levels of social understanding and cooperative intelligence, which for historical reasons have not been included in the way that we think about designing AI systems, even to this day. Can I have the next slide, please? So in a recent paper, some colleagues and I from a variety of different institutions sort of tried to make the argument that now is the time for the field of artificial intelligence to think about cooperation sort of more seriously. And in particular, so we made the argument that any progress towards socially valuable AI is going to be stunted unless we put the problem of cooperation at the center of our research. And in this paper, what we did is that we outlined sort of some of the challenges, as well as what we thought some of the sort of exciting research directions would be as we look further at cooperative AI. And what I'm going to do for the rest of my time here is sort of talk about some of the ideas that we discuss in this paper and highlight some of the preliminary research that we have going on at the University of Waterloo that's making kind of first steps in this direction. Okay, could I have the next slide, please? Now, what I wanted to do is sort of indulge myself a little bit by looking at the history of AI to understand why cooperation has not sort of been centered to the AI research endeavor until fairly recently. And there's a variety of really good reasons why this is so. If anyone who has ever taken or taught an Introduction to Artificial Intelligence course, they would have certainly seen some of the diagrams sort of on my slides right now. In particular, what we have is a solitary agent who's interacting with almost certainly a non-social environment, experiencing different rewards or signals from that environment and learning sort of how to interact with it. And this is absolutely a sensible starting point. So don't get me wrong. It's important for our AI systems to be able to understand environments and how to interact with it first before we begin layering on the complications that arise when we are reasoning about sort of multiple agents in a cooperative context. On the next slide, please. Now, you might pause and begin to push back a little bit at sort of my last slide and say, well, hold on. artificial intelligence has made huge progress through the playing of games, right? So game playing, whether it be early systems like that rise through checkers or backgammon, as well as the most recent work on Go and poker, for example, have led to incredible breakthroughs in AI, or broadly as a field. But I think it's important to recognize that most of these games, even though they have multiple agents who are interacting with each other, are not cooperation. Instead, they are conflict. And conflict is a very, very different situation than cooperation. And again, makes a very, very interesting test bed to try out ideas, because these games of conflict tend to be quite easy to benchmark. You understand if you have an AI system which is doing well because it wins more often than it loses. They are mathematically often fairly well understood. We understand how to characterize kind of the equilibrium and the optimal strategies, but they are missing a number of the issues or constraints that make cooperation interesting, and also make it non-trivial to take kind of insights that we might get for playing something like Go and translate them into a cooperative setting where we have sort of mixed motives and more challenging incentives. Next slide, please. So what we have been arguing for is a little bit of a change of focus. And so we have this umbrella term that we call cooperative AI. And again, I want to emphasize that this is an umbrella term, and it's going to incorporate and cover lots of different types of research and lots of different research questions. Some of them are already quite active, but I think will be useful to sort of have sort of a common grounding point. And so what we view cooperative AI to be is simply AI research, which is trying to help humans and machines or agents, whatever you want to call them, find ways to improve their joint welfare together. Okay. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Now, to support cooperative AI, what we have done is that we have argued that to make progress, there's really going to be 4 pillars, which can be studied sort of independently or together. And so our 4 pillars are the following: that in order to achieve sort of cooperation, our agents or our AI systems will have to be able to have strong understanding. So this means the ability to take into account the consequences of actions, but also to predict the others' behaviors, because in a cooperative setting, there are always going to be others, as well as sort of the implications of another's beliefs and preferences. We will also require communication. So what is communication? Well, it's simply the ability to explicitly and credibly share information with others, and which is going to enhance and improve the understanding. So it's going to be relevant to the understanding, behavior, intentions, and preferences that others might have. We'll also need commitment. So agents or AI systems will have to have the capability of making promises and following through on those promises, because cooperation actually relies heavily on this ability of promises. And I'll provide an example in a second. And then finally, what we have are institutions. So institutions are some form of social. Actually, can I have the next slide? So institutions are viewed as a social infrastructure. These are shared beliefs or rules that agents have, which allow for cooperation by reinforcing kind of the understanding agents might have about each other, their communication abilities, as well as that support the ability to make these promises. Next slide, please. Now, these ideas, this understanding, communication, commitment, and institutions are all sort of, fairly high-level ideas. So what I thought that I would do is that I would try to ground them in a very, very concrete sort of AI example, and that's with autonomous vehicles. If we think about the deployment of autonomous vehicles onto our roads, whether it's with other autonomous vehicles or other drivers, this is inherently going to be a multi-agent problem, and it's going to be a problem of cooperation. Every individual and every car or every pedestrian would like to be able to get to where they're going, so ideally as quickly as possible, at the but that can be challenging, right? Because maybe you want to run through the intersection. That's be a bad idea. In order to work effectively on the roads, these autonomous vehicles are going to need to understand other drivers and road users. Okay? They have to be able to have sort of proper models so that they understand kind of what the intentions of other drivers are. They have to be able to communicate with each other, particularly if they want to navigate through complex sort of situations or intersections. They have to be able to make commitments. So for example, a driver who's indicating that they want to change lanes is expected to follow through on that promise, on that commitment. And so we're going to need some way for that to be able to be supported. And then finally, if we have a population of drivers, whether they are autonomous vehicles or humans or some combination, it's not obvious to me or to others that the rules of the road that we currently have are actually going to be the most effective. And so there might be some ways that artificial intelligence, a variety of different approaches, might be able to provide better insight as to how we should change some of those underlying rules. Okay, next slide, please. Now, in my last few minutes, what I'm going to do is quickly provide some examples drawn from understanding in institutions, just to sort of highlight a little bit of the research which is going on at University of Waterloo. Next slide, please. The first will be sort of understanding, in particular, sort of work that we have been doing looking at rich game theoretic models coupled with preference elicitation and modeling so as to better support planning for autonomous vehicles. Next slide, please. Now, this is work that has been led by a PhD student, Shankar, and she's been asking the problem, how should an autonomous vehicle safely handle other road users where those road users show complex and varied behaviors? And what you can do is that you can realize that that driving is a game, there's interactions going on, and so you can formulate it as what's called a non-zero-sum game, using ideas from game theories between the road users and the autonomous vehicles. The challenge, of course, is that human driving behavior is diverse, and so it can be unclear how you should be modeling those different drivers. So we need some way to model the diversity of human driving behavior, as well as plan an appropriate and safe response from the perspective of the autonomous vehicle. Okay, next slide, please. And so I won't go into detail here just because I don't have time, but please read her work. It's very clever. What she's been doing is proposing sort of what we call a generalized dynamic cognitive hierarchy model, which leverages ideas from both game theory as well as behavioral economics that allows for an autonomous vehicle to do robust planning across a population of different drivers on the road who are exhibiting different behaviors. This acknowledges the fact that this is sort of a cooperative problem, but everybody has their own incentive. They're going in different, they're driving to different places, for example, and well as sort of recognizes the fact that people's behaviors can be different. Furthermore, in addition to sort of elegant game theoretic models, she's able to validate her approach across a variety of different driving scenarios in different countries. Next slide, please. I'm now going to move on and give 2 quick examples about institutions before I conclude. And I'll be quite fast because I've run out of time. So institutions are this social infrastructure. They are sort of either shared beliefs or rules that allow us to reinforce kind of these other sort of pillars of cooperation. They can take many forms. They might be informal norms, like holding a door open for someone. There's no rule saying that we have to do that, but this is a behavior that we tend to follow. On the other hand, they could be very formalized. For example, we could have rules that describe how we should make a decision on behalf of a group. For example, the voting processes for elections. Okay, next slide, please. So we have looked at both informal social infrastructure, institutions, as well as more formal ones. We've done a fair bit of work with a PhD student of mine, David Radka, who has been looking at the use of informal teams as a way of promoting cooperation. I don't have time to go into detail here, but what he's been able to show is in sort of complex social dilemmas, teamwork actually provides sort of greater overall social benefit, even more than formulating the problem as a fully cooperative problem where all agents are fully aligned. Instead, sort of these smaller sub-teams seem to lead to better sort of self-organization across the population as a whole, faster learning, and more sort of the mean population reward overall is much higher, rather than having them learn as individuals or learn as an entire collective. On the more formal side, we have been looking at institutions or rules, formal rules, that could be used to support group work. In particular, we're looking at the question about how do you fairly design reward among a bunch of group members who have worked together to accomplish some task. And we have, to that end, what we have been doing is leveraging kind of formal models from the social choice literature, which provides axiomatic approaches, coupling that with data-driven approaches so that we can kind of get the best of both worlds. So we can get sort of the formal properties from axiomatic methods, but at the same time recognizing where for the particular population that we're working with, we need a little bit more flexibility. Okay. Next slide. Finally, I'm just about to conclude. So I've sort of been talking about sort of cooperative AI, which is this framework where we think about AI research trying to help humans and machines find ways to cooperate or to improve their joint welfare in different ways. Next slide. Okay, this is an interdisciplinary endeavor. It was going to rely on building off, work inside the AI community, whether it's machine learning, NLP, AI alignment, multi-agent systems, but as well as reaching out to other fields such as biology, sociology, economics, and law, who also think very hard about cooperation in different ways and getting together and having hopefully productive conversations about what it means to cooperate and what are the problems of cooperation. Okay, next slide, please. Now, finally, I guess my main point is that cooperation I believe, should be at the center of AI research, and that it's unlikely to emerge as a byproduct of other kinds of AI research because cooperation raises other questions which have not necessarily been addressed by sort of the single, looking at these problems as a single AI system. The research in the area is inherently interdisciplinary and it's going to require many different perspectives, which raises, of course, sort of other challenges, as interdisciplinary work is always difficult and always sort of a problem of cooperation itself. In particular, what we're going to need are new benchmarks, new challenge problems, and also ways of thinking about how we should move away from individual objectives to sort of shared, poorly defined ways that humans solve social problems, either by creating language, emergence of new norms, as well as different institutional structures for which AI might provide insight, or which we might be able to look at current institutions and bring them into the world of AI. Okay, and I'd like to thank you very much.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you very much, Kate, for the excellent presentation. This is an exciting area where you see traffic congestions on the 401 on the slides, and so it's a big endeavor. One of the things I wanted to ask you was this: you had it twice, I think, on your slides. This idea of cooperative AI being built for the goal of maximizing social welfare.
Yeah.
And so do you see this, and I know you talked about this transdisciplinary approach at the end, but how much do you think it is possible to use AI to create social justice and create this social welfare, maximize and so on? How much does AI play a role? How much social sciences plays a role? Right. Where do you see?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is actually a really good question, because I want to emphasize that this has to be an interdisciplinary endeavor. And I think it will be fruitful going in both directions. So as we design more and more complex AI systems that we are adopting into our society, or even in our into our day-to-day uses, I think there are interesting insights that come from all these other fields that would allow us to improve our designs, would inform us as to how we should be doing our evaluations. Like, are our loss functions, are our loss functions the right things we should be we should be minimizing, for example? So I think there are definitely interesting insights and questions that could be brought from other fields inside AI, and we just have to sit down and listen.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I think AI gives us a lot of interesting new tools and new questions and new ways of doing things, which could also be useful in other contexts, right? So I think I can absolutely have seen examples where there are some economic problems which have changed because the computation and the computational power, but also sort of the algorithms and the machine learning techniques are now allowing them to design sort of complex markets that were not possible in the past. So it's opening up the possibility of sort of new institutions. I think an interesting example of a research project I was in no way involved in, but I thought was really cool, was something that was published, actually, well, in an archive last year, but it was published very recently from Salesforce. And this was this AI economist, where they were using machine learning and reinforcement learning in order to test out policy ideas in an economy. So they were interested in tax policy. And so, the advances that have been made in reinforcement learning kind of allow us now, for example, to have rich simulation platforms where some of these social sciences fields can now begin to experiment with and try out new ideas. So I see it very much so in both directions.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I have so many questions myself, but I've been tasked with reading audience questions for you, so I'll do that. First question: can you describe the opposite of cooperative AI to give us a better sense for what it means in practice?
Okay, sure. So what is not cooperative AI? It's a good question. So game playing. I don't think chess is an example of cooperative AI, right? But I think actually a lot of the supervised learning applications or reinforcement learning applications are not cooperative AI, right? So, prediction, classification of images. There's no social context. It's not interacting with people, right? It's very cool. There's been huge advances in that space, but it is not cooperative because it has no notion of sort of the social context.
Yep. Excellent answer. So next question, great talk. What are your thoughts on social robots with respect to cooperative AI? Is that another use case that would be relevant?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's a lot of really, really interesting and challenging questions inside the subfield of social robots. I'm certainly not an expert in that area myself, but the little bit that I know, they have some really, really interesting, challenging questions. And I think it will be really important to make sure that the social robotics, because they think very much about social interactions, will have sort of interesting questions and insights that could be brought across to other subfields of AI. So I think that's definitely a use case that's highly, highly relevant. And I think that the rest of the AI community have a lot to learn from.
Next one, how can AI distinguish other agents from objects in the environment which are endless? A goose, a child, or a drunk pedestrian, or a part of the context?
Hi, Yulita. I'm going to punt on this question because I don't know. I'm hoping other people will be able to do this. So I am, right? So with the autonomous vehicle, I was using autonomous vehicles, autonomous driving as an example, and you're right. So one huge challenge there is going to be recognizing the environment. And I know that there are people who are working really, really hard on getting that done. I think that is, some of that is going to be separate from the research agenda that I am interested in, right? It's important work that has to be done, but it's very much not cooperative AI. Instead, it goes back to sort of, some of the advances in supervised learning that we're seeing to sort of recognize the environment. Where the cooperation would come in is if we, if we have to negotiate, which I know that's something that you've been interested in before. So how do we so if we already know that we're working with maybe with a person or somebody from a particular population, how do we best how do we do preference modeling? What sort of techniques should we be doing in order, taking into account that what we actually want to achieve is some some joint beneficial outcome, and what advances are needed there.
Mm-hmm. And you have some agents who are non-cooperative agents within the cooperative environment.
Absolutely, absolutely. And incentives can be complicated. So again, a lot of these cooperative problems, we agree, there's some outcome out there, it'd be great for all of us, but the incentives are such that we just can't cooperate. I mean, the prisoner's dilemma is sort of the classic example there. And so can we use AI, or are there insights that can be used to kind of avoid those situations?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Commitment to the cooperative AI, this is in a question form. Commitment to the cooperative AI is similar to accountability. What is the relationship between responsible AI and cooperative AI?
Mike, I think they're very, very closely aligned, right? I think, and in fact, I did have a slide up there actually, I ended up skipping it because we had a little bit of a technical problem where I did talk, which I had very quickly, that maybe like safety and alignment is somehow related in this space. So I think that responsible AI and cooperative AI are not the same thing, but I think they complement each other. And so there will be overlap.
Mm-hmm. So a big part of responsibility is getting the perspective of many different people into the picture, and cooperative AI speaks directly to that. So this has been excellent. Thank you very much, Kate. We have Ricardo on as well, who has a question for you.
Yes, hi Kate. A great talk, and I have a question on two angles that immediately I got in my mind when I saw your presentation. One is that you want the joint welfare. And for me, there's a big asymmetry. I don't care much about the welfare of the machines. I really care about the welfare of the humans. And with that, I also think that for me, it's not only the cooperative part that is important, and for me, the complementary part. So I want AI to help us in the things that were not good, and don't try to replace us in the things that were good. So how do you think these two aspects go into cooperative AI?
Yeah, actually. So one aspect of cooperative. I think you have a good point. So I was taking kind of as broad a stance as possible that AI systems also have value, and maybe they will have preferences that we need to respect. But I think more realistically, what we will have is our AI systems who are representing others. So we can imagine negotiation, right? So I am not negotiating directly with you, but we have our agents are negotiating. And so we're talking about joint social welfare. So we want to maximize our social welfare. Are we maximizing the social welfare of our negotiation agents, or are we maximizing our own welfare, right? So it's a little bit of semantics. I think my own personal interest in this space has to do with the institutional design. So when we talk about welfare, we are actually talking about sort of individual people's welfare and trying to come up with good collective decisions. And AI tools and techniques could be used to sort of structure the incentives, improve the communication channels, kind of drive us towards sort of a good outcome, despite kind of our own self-interest. So in that context, I think social welfare completely aligns with individual human social welfare.
I think we have a last question that maybe we can take, and also for me would be interesting to know where we should focus our research in these 4 pillars of cooperative AI. So because they are not in the same level today.
No.
Ibrahim, do you want to read the last question, or? Oh, okay. Yes, it's there.
Sure. Yeah, I'm here. Competitive cooperative agents can lead to very interesting and innovative solutions. To what extent should we limit or delimit competitiveness in order to regulate emergent behaviors that might be harmful?
I think that's a really hard question. I honestly don't know. So this is a situation where it would depend very much on the underlying application domain. And I would want to defer strongly to experts in other fields. Right? I would want, the lawyers to tell me what the right thing, or the philosophers, or the applied ethicists to tell me. This is not a decision that I, as an AI researcher who loves the math, should be in charge of. right? So this is a call out very much for interdisciplinary approaches.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Kate, because that's a human answer that you don't hear too much from machines. I don't know. That's an answer we need to hear more. And thank you, Ibrahim, to be here, and I will take over the MC role. And thank you, Kate, for the very interesting presentation.
Okay, thank you.
So now we go to the next speaker. He will talk about bias and fairness in AI systems. He's Graham Erickson from Alberta, and he's the lead machine learning developer at AltaML, a company that has offices in Calgary and Edmonton. Graham, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have a slide deck. Oh, great, and it's up. Okay, awesome. So my name is Graham Erickson, lead machine learning developer at AltaML. So for those of us who don't know about AltaML, we are about 150 people. We work in applied machine learning. So what this means is we partner with other companies and other industries and deploy machine learning solutions that can fit into their workflows, into their business, and provide value. So we work in quite a few different industries, from agriculture to energy to public sector to healthcare and finance. So those would be about the big ones, but we've touched quite a few different industries. So and the benefit of working in a lot of different industries is we get exposed to a lot of different kinds of problems and start to see kind of a broad view of what machine learning actually means in industry and what the challenges with sort of creating machine learning systems are. So what I'm going to talk about today is specifically within responsible AI. So within the umbrella of delivering ethically sound machine learning solutions, is this concept of bias and fairness. Now, I'm not a researcher. I'm a applications developer. So we work on really just kind of the engineering solutions. But in getting exposed to the problems, you have to start and think about the kinds of harms that can come out of this. And so today I'm going to talk about a bit what fairness and bias mean in machine learning. And these are concepts that are being researched, and we've drawn our understanding from other researchers. So this isn't original research, but it's more a collection of research initiatives that we've seen as important in application. Then I'm going to show a couple of case studies of real-world harms that AI machine learning systems have done and can do if these issues aren't addressed. And then I'm going to talk sort of at a high level about what can be done about this, and then we'll take some questions. So AI is changing and interacting with the world. It's changing how we interact with the world, and it's also having its own interactions with the world. The particular type of interactions that I'm going to focus in are those interactions with humans, where the decisions that either an AI system is making or that are made resulting from influences from an AI system impact human lives. Since there are plenty of solutions already, in the world that are impacting human lives, we're far kind of along the need for having this conversation. More and more systems are being developed every day. And it's important that these systems are transparent and fair before we go too far. It's like, what kind of dystopia could these systems make in terms of how they treat people if it's not assessed directly? So the two types of risks and the two types of harms that we kind of consider in this bias and fairness world are allocation harms and quality of service harms. So allocation harms refer to when a system, either directly or through influence, extends or withholds opportunities, resources, or information. And this would usually be interpreted as to groups of individuals. So with some sort of social and systemic sort of overview. So examples of this would be like loan systems And there are cases, I don't have the references on hand, but there are cases of, say, loan approval systems that are exposing sort of racial biases, right? Where certain races are not getting sort of the fair treatment, and there's ethnic discrimination coming out of these systems. The other type of harm that we think about is the quality of service harms. So a quality of service harm is when you make some product, some system, and it doesn't work as well for certain groups of people. So this would be like facial recognition apps that don't work with certain groups of people, or this could be medical assessments, diagnostic tools that don't work for certain age groups. So there's lots of different kinds of discrimination, but it's about the tool or the service not being as effective for those groups. And okay, so as a company, because I'm speaking on behalf of a company here today, you know what? Why is this an issue that's serious, right? Why is this an issue that matters? I would hope that it's obvious, right? It's just as people and people who are thinking about what kind of world that they want to live in, that it would be obvious that these things are important. From a company's perspective, there's also sort of things to protect around reputation, social license, potential litigation. Litigation is still very new in this area, but it's going to be coming, and people need, and companies need to pay attention to how that unfolds. And then also just unintended consequences. Unintended consequences in decision making, as in, you want to understand the risks and not deploy systems and have unintended outcomes that are harmful for people and societies. Okay, so I'm going to try to make this a bit more tangible with a couple of case studies. So the first one, this is from a system called Compass that I believe has been used in actual judicial systems in New York and I believe California and possibly one or two other states. And it's a system that basically uses historical statistics to predict which criminals are likely of reoffending. Okay, so they actually, and as far as I know, and there's the citation there for those of you who want to dive more into this. As far as I know, the idea is that it generates these statistics that are then used for like surveillance and parole policies. Now, a study from 2016 showed, though, that the outcomes of this system had errors that were disproportional dependent on the race of the individual. So Black defendants from the study were identified as being misclassified as high-risk offenders and thus having more surveillance, more than twice as often as white defendants. And white defendants were getting grossly misclassified as low risk. And why does this happen? This happens because the data that it's being trained on, the data that it's looking historically, is biased, right? So we're coming out of a world where there's systemic racism within the surveillance policies. So the data that's being used historically to look at has that bias already. So there's a sampling bias in there. You apply some kind of statistical learning, you end up with a biased model. Models tend to try to exploit patterns. So if there are sort of discriminatory patterns and biased patterns in that underlying data, the model is going to exaggerate those. Then being used to guide sort of those decisions around real world actions, that would result in even more biased surveillance, more biased data, and future systems would have even more exaggerated biases. So this whole phenomenon in this example basically turns into racial profiling at scale, like at a statistical scale, with a feedback loop. So the question might be then, someone might kind of think, well, why don't we just not include race in the modeling. Maybe let's not include gender, like some other protected and group characteristic. Let's not include those so that we don't have discriminatory models. Well, here's a case study of a time when a group tried to do that. So this is from Amazon. They created a recruiting AI system. So they wanted to automate and speed up some of their recruiting initiatives in their hiring pipelines. So what they did is they looked at past hires. They took just the text from the resumes, and then the label they took as, did we hire them or not, right? Like, were they successful in the company? And they intentionally didn't include demographic information. They did not want the AI to know things like race and gender about the individuals. And the idea was, well, if the AI doesn't get exposed to those characteristics, then it won't be able to be discriminatory. Well, that's not true, because there's more complex systems at work here in the variables and in the interactions between the variables. So tech companies, notoriously do have problems with hiring fairly with respect to gender. So their hire splits, especially in technical positions, don't show representation across gender. This is a fairly well-known observation, and it's a complex problem. But if Amazon was going to use their past hiring results, which have these gender biases in it, to train the models, what would happen? So even without having the gender labels explicitly in there, the fact that the underlying patterns had those biases, the underlying data set had those biases, meant that the AI could naively learn those biases as well. So the bias came from variables that tended to correlate with gender, and the model taught itself those sort of patterns and actively discriminated against female candidates. So it would pick up things, words on the resume that were most likely to be associated with female applicants, like certain colleges that were more likely for female applicants to go to, or certain extracurricular activities. Even things like, I think a women's chess club was something that they saw as a feature important. So removing the protected variables, removing that demographic variable, doesn't necessarily result in a fair model. So what we learned from this is that there's proxy variables. There's complicated variables that interact with your demographic variables. And so you can't just remove the demographic variables and think that that's okay. Context matters. Just because the statistics of your data set say something doesn't mean that reflects, a sort of a social justice or a fairness or sort of a bigger global picture. Data often comes with collection biases, and reflecting on sort of the context and the meaning behind how it's collected is important for kind of understanding these relationships. And then equity versus equality. So just because something seems distributed equally in a very local setting doesn't mean it's actually equitable, as in kind of fair on a more global historical and social sort of setting. So what can we do about this? So this is where we've been looking into and taking advantage of a lot of the work out there to come up with sort of high-level steps about how companies should and can sort of approach problems. So the first thing is to flag when a problem has risks of ending up in one of these harms categories, and then kind of do a three-step. This is our kind of high-level pop science three-step method: identify, explain, mitigate. And luckily, a lot of the toolkits out there sort of fall into these categories as well. So identify, that means pick your protected variables that you're going to investigate and explore and kind of data mine and show where the biases exist in the data set. So identify those biases and how they interact with your data set. Explain. So that's use explainable AI technologies, XAI, things like SHAP and Lime values, to show how the model could be exaggerating and show the effect that the biases are having on the relationships in your data. And then mitigate. So during the actual training, set up constraints, set up training restrictions so that the model doesn't exploit those complicated interactions, and instead makes predictions with respect to some fairness targets. So don't just optimize for accuracy, optimize for fairness across groups, optimize for some accurate value, but with respect to fairness. So the open source toolkits to assist in that we've identified at the time that we kind of did this research, which was a couple of years ago now, but these still seem to be pretty important. So these are the 3 toolkits we found. FairLearn is a Microsoft-backed open source toolkit. This is probably the personal favorite right now, as in it's pretty easy to work with. And they actually have another repo called RAI Toolbox. I believe in pip it's RAI Widgets, which gives you access to some easy to spin up dashboards for interacting and visualizing your models with respect to these fairness techniques. AI Fairness 360 is an IBM-backed open source one. It has a lot of different fairness metrics. So those are things for analyzing fairness and bias within an ML system. It's got some really nice tutorials as well, and then some mitigation algorithms. And then Google has this back tool called What If, which is very specific. It's all about counterfactual reasoning, and it's primarily a dashboard tool. But it fits very nicely in that explainable AI, so that explain part, where it lets you observe how changes in features will interact with predictions. So this is where you could set up things like changing the demographics of an individual and seeing how the predictions change. So I don't have a lot of time yet left, but I really don't have too many slides here. So I'm just going to quickly highlight examples of those 3 categories now, the identify, explain, and bias. So identify means diving in and explaining via metrics or visualizations what those interactions are. So some example metrics would be demographic parity. So what this means is, this is for analyzing allocation harms. Do your predictions have some kind of do they take on a conditional distribution based on the demographics? Like, are we predicting at different rates compared to the demographics? And then what's also important, though, is there a big difference between those two? And we could optimize to make this fair. Likewise, something that's always useful to look at, though, is error rates per demographic. So it's not just, are we allocating predictions with some respect to some fairness, but are the errors allocated fairly? That's a really important concept too. And so a lot of the metrics then from these toolkits can assist in, okay, I've identified my variable, going to assess it with respect to these and go from there. Explainability. So this is a topic that really deserves its own talk. Explainability in AI services a lot of the aspects of responsible AI. But with respect to bias and fairness, it would be, hey, let's look at the predictions with respect to our proxy variables or our protected variables and kind of look at the interactions. So, for example, there's a big spike here with older ages, kind of a disproportionate to the other patterns. And the probability it's mapping is the predicted probability of someone leaving the company. So is there some kind of discrimination happening to individuals above 40? This could be for this company, this hypothetical company, that there could be something there. And then once you've done sort of that analysis and have a grasp of the potential proxy variables and demographic variables that biases exist with here, the actual training then comes down to training with constraints. So the packages I mentioned have some techniques for doing your your training. Some of them do this by pre-processing, so weighting the examples differently. Some of them do post-processing, so changing the thresholds and probability distributions. And then there's a few techniques that actually do the training differently. So have some cost function and then have kind of a regularization technique that ensures that there's an additional constraint where the predictions need to equal out across groups. And so that's the talk. I hope that there was some new information. I know it was very superficial and high level, but I'm happy to take some questions now.
Thank you, Rajan, for the talk. We do have some questions from the audience. I just would like to mention that there are other biases that are not the main ones like in data, but some biases can come from the model itself and also from the feedback loop between the people and the system. So, so the first question is, how can we properly distinguish between ethics and bias in AI? For example, we will not want a weapon with AI bias towards attacking men to start all of a sudden increase attacks on women.
That's a tricky question. That question is a little bit, the wording is a little bit tricky for me. I don't know why we're creating an AI to be attacking people in the first place. So I'm not really sure of the underlying context there. I think that fairness and bias is an ethical consideration. And ultimately, though, it takes a lot of different people at the table to be ensured that bias and fairness is addressed holistically. So like diversity really does come to play here. It shouldn't be just, myself sitting in a project and making the calls, but it should be, everybody coming together to assess the risks and having a diverse team.
Yeah, also we'll add that ethics is about, for example, taking the decision, like you said, do we want to have a weapon or not using AI? So that's an ethical decision. But bias is a problem you may find in the implementation of a system that you already decided was ethical to start with. The problem that we have today is that many companies don't do these questions, as you said, and then some wrong decisions are taken. So the second question is, would you support penalties for irresponsible AI? If so, who do you think should define and enforce them?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if I want to make a firm stance at this point, because this is such an emerging world, and I don't quite know how regulations are going to work in here. I do think we have the need for more professional accreditation with respect to AI. So we have a partner called the Responsible AI Institute who's doing really good work. They're a third-party nonprofit, and I believe a member of our AI Institute spoke today as well, or is speaking. I don't remember some word. Okay, so they're doing really good work in that places in terms of accreditation and kind of setting up a third-party kind of standard that companies can kind of connect with. As for penalties, like I don't know yet. I think there are going to be legal penalties at some point, but I think that's a pretty broad. There's so many things to factor in there for how that's actually going to be implemented. Like, is this something that countries together decide on? Is it like maybe the EU will have something, but how is North America going to adopt those sort of legislations as well? Like, I don't know. There's a lot in the air. I think for corporations, though, and just social license to operate, we should be looking at some kind of third-party accreditation that the community and the tech industry can align on, and and gives us some kind of independent, I guess, trust in each other that there is good work going on.
Yeah. So I think Ryan was saying that this drone exists. So Yes, I'm sure that they exist, but that doesn't mean they should exist. And one problem, I think, as another part of the tricky part of your question is that if you answer that question, you are legitimizing their existence. So you shouldn't answer those questions. It's like, I will not answer the question because that legitimates, for example, using AI for military uses, and maybe society shouldn't have. Let me remember a bit of history. We had to use chemical weapons in the First World War to basically ban them. Then in the Second World War, the US used atomic bombs, and then we banned them. Should we use AI in the next, maybe they were using in drones until we ban them? So I think we are just repeating the history of humankind that we don't learn from history. So another thing that I think we'd like to mention before I finish, Graham, is that bias is very tricky to measure. And for example, I don't know if you read the work from Cynthia Rudin and her team, that after this compass example show that really the bias was not a racial bias, it was age bias. And then there was a correlation between age and race, and then it looked like it was a race bias, but the initial bias was on age. So basically, there are many times that these features are correlated, and then it's very hard to know which one is, as you said, the cause of the other one. So where is causality there? So there is a last question from the audience. We can take it, and we will finish with this. So don't you think we should be more concerned at looking at causality in our data sets rather than explaining outcomes? Graham, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that would be great. I'm wondering if there's a bit of a I'm wondering if this is a bit of a leading question, and that Jonathan, you're thinking a lot about causal inference and researching causal inference. I'll say that industry, for whatever reasons, and you probably know this better than I do, but for whatever reason, industry's behind in adopting causal inference and causal probability in their systems. I'm sure there are examples, but I'm seeing it a lot less than frequentist approaches. So that's not really an answer, but it is sort of the setting that we're working in. I personally have been always interested in sort of Bayesian statistics and how we can improve these techniques. And so I think that causal inference and sort of causal reasoning about systems probably does make a really good fit and complement into how we're approaching explainability and transparency. I think ultimately that's what industry and what a lot of our partners want. We're just still kind of on the road to figuring out how that should actually work and how that'll look like.
Yes, so thank you, Graham, for your nice talk. And now we will go to the next speaker, the last one.
Thank you.
So the next and last speaker of the event is Sergey Bukharov. He's the Chief Customer Office at Skyhive, and I believe he is connecting from Vancouver. And he will talk about how to choose an AI vendor, especially in the context of responsible AI. Sergey, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ricardo. Great to be speaking in front of everybody. Really excited about the event. So just by way of brief introduction, my name is Sergey Bukharov. I'm the Chief Customer Officer at Skyhive Technologies. We're a Vancouver-based, originally technology and artificial intelligence startup that's though recently redomiciled to the States and do a lot of work internationally with Europe, with Asia Pacific, Korea, Japan, and other emerging markets. Today I'll be talking about how we as an AI vendor have seen the evolution of the market in this space. I'll start out by giving a bit of a background about the organization and the type of work that we do to kind of help contextualize. And then really we'll talk about how we've seen from when we first started the organization 4 years ago to today, how primarily kind of large organizations, Fortune 500s, Global 2000s, how they've evolved in their sophistication around the ethical and transparent use of artificial intelligence. how the bar and the standard has been increasing, and what organizations should be looking for in artificial intelligence vendors to ensure that they're in compliance with the kind of up-to-date practices and applying best practice. So what I'll do here is I'll start by sharing just a bit of an introduction about the organization. So, and hopefully that's the slides are showing everybody here. So the organization and Sky was founded to really change the way that the world looks at labor markets. And we do that by combining cutting-edge artificial intelligence with real-time aggregated labor market data across over 150 countries around the world. We've coined and invented this term of quantum labor analysis to basically explain the merging of these two things, the real-time data collection, the cutting-edge artificial intelligence, to really understand at a granular quantum.
Sorry, Sergey, to interrupt you, but your slides are cut off, so are like they're taking the whole, maybe, I don't know what is an issue, maybe you are sharing a different, is a resolution, seems there's a resolution problem.
Oh, I'm sorry, one moment. Maybe let me switch off the full screen mode. Oh.
That is okay, but it's not in presentation mode.
Yeah, actually, PowerPoint just crashed. Just a moment. I think that's actually I don't need to share slide there on this one. I can kind of speak to it. So actually, this concept of quantum labor analysis is a combination of cutting-edge artificial intelligence with real-time labor market data collection, and we being sort of the Google of the labor market. Our data footprint today covers over 20 terabytes across over 153, and we're fully and localized across 8 languages. And the reason that we kind of took this approach is that we were solving a problem that existed in large organizations around their capabilities and understanding the skills across their workforce and the broader labor market. We found that many of the static taxonomies and frameworks, the ONATs, and various classification systems were only about 70% accurate to what was actually happening in the labor market, and the rate of change at which roles and skills and employers were evolving in the market was increasing faster than organizations to keep up. The only way to keep up was with this combination of real-time data aggregation and helping students understand the workforce, understand what they're headed to, understanding the broader labor market in which they operate in, and acting as sort of a decoder ring across the various platforms that enterprises implement. For example, we plug into the applicant tracking system, helping optimize and streamline hiring processes. We plug into learning systems, helping to generate skill-based career pathways based on real market movements. We support with enterprise workforce planning at a granular skill level. But all that to say, artificial intelligence is at the core of all of these use cases. And so at the core of translating traditional level labor market data down to the granular skill level. And it's at the core of then being able to detect how those skills change in real time. And one of the reasons I actually did want to go through the standard kind of Skype deck, and that's the deck that kind of we share with clients as well, is because you'll see as you would have seen as I was progressing through it, what we end on typically, and one of the last slides is around our responsible and ethical use of artificial intelligence. And we really put this front and center in front of all of our clients as a key, not only as a key competitive differentiator, but also as a key focus for them to be thinking about as people leaders and organization leaders, and people who ultimately have an impact on the lives and livelihoods and employment of others, in incorporating these ethical artificial intelligence practices in the way that they apply AI-driven technologies. In terms of our kind of credentials around this space, we have been recognized by the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. We're actually, our CEO, Sean Hinton, sits on the GPAI and represents Canada at that national level there. We're on the OECD's Future of Work Forum Engagement Group, where we're helping to define a framework to create a better and more resilient and inclusive labor market. The CascadAI commitment is a massive kind of component of our commitment to ethical AI as well, and we were an inaugural signatory to it as well. And at heart, also, we're a social impact enterprise. We're a certified B Corporation, and we work from day one with really the focus of upholding the highest standard of social and environmental performance to balance profit and purpose. And so that's a little bit about Skype and the type of work we do. Now, kind of to switch gears to talk about how we've seen the changes occurring across the market, and clients becoming more sophisticated, and us also kind of pushing and informing clients as to the changes that and the ethical AI principles they should be asking about as well. If we go back to early 2020, kind of an anecdote comes to mind where we were doing an RFP, we were responding to an RFP to a large retailer that was looking at using artificial intelligence to help them with some recruitment efforts and some workforce planning efforts. And I remember going through this very long and detailed vendor kind of questionnaire, and I'm sure many in the audience would have kind of gone through those in the past. And there were probably something like 110, 115 questions on security standards, security best practices, compliance with ISO 27001, compliance with SOC 2 standards. And there was one question on the ethical use of AI. It was something to the effect of, what do you do for ethical AI? And so that was kind of early 2020s, and this was a large multinational organization, a Fortune 500 that had tens of thousands, if not almost 100,000 people kind of working for it. That was going to be using this technology in part to identify who they're going to be hiring, and in part to organizing their workforce. So back in 2020, and that was the level of kind of questioning that we got from clients around this part. And even back then, though, we had already gone far down the path of this ethical and transparent AI, so we had much more material to provide them than kind of we were being asked for. But that was sort of the type of question, like the type of question we were encountering. Then in 2021, there was another client comes to mind where it was a much more standard RFP questionnaire, where now actually we saw a bit more of a spattering of these ethical AI questions. Now we were starting to see questions like, how do you know that the artificial intelligence is not biased? How do you train your models? How do you audit for bias? What are the training populations and data sets that you use to inform your models? Are they representative? Have you tested this with marginalized or underrepresented communities? How can we apply artificial intelligence in a way that can reduce systemic biases that may have emerged in our organization over time? Those sort of questions. So we saw a little bit more of kind of sophistication emerging. And then now, if we kind of fast forward to today, we actually have a client that just now is completing an evaluation, an A/B test of our platform. And to provide a bit of context, one of the capabilities of the system is ingesting individuals' CVs, resumes, profiles, records from within a human capital system, for example. And the SkyHive engine then processes them, extrapolates the skills, capabilities, competencies of the people, and provides them as kind of recommendations that this person likely has these skills. And this client is actually A/B testing the system with a set of client resumes and profiles that is representative of their organization today, and another set of those same profiles, and it's anonymized in both cases. But in the latter set, they've added certain protected characteristics, certain traits to the resumes, to the CVs, that could represent individuals of varied backgrounds. For example, they might change the school that somebody went to an area that is more that has larger minority representation, for example, or they might change the names of some individuals to represent a more diverse background. And comparing the outputs of the model in both cases to identify whether the results were kind of agnostic and whether there are going to be differences in terms of the skills extrapolated and identified, and then in turn the kind of recommendations of the engine. Now, that's the test that we happily and willingly undergo, because and this is something that we've been kind of championing and putting it out there for quite some time now, and we like to think of ourselves as thought leaders in the space. But it goes to show the evolution of sophistication across clients over time, that now that they went effectively from asking, what is it that you do for ethical AI, to now actually having their own in-house testing capabilities and frameworks to test kind of the outputs and outcomes of a system to determine if it meets their own standards. Now, this client is a little bit more on the kind of sophisticated side, and they have internal kind of technology capabilities and the tech team and everything. So probably they're more emerging than is representative of the overall market. But the requirements overall are increasing overall. And in general, we see more and more clients kind of asking to, first of all, understand if you are using artificial intelligence, why are you using it? And is it necessary to use it for the use case that you're using it for? And we've always been, and one piece of advice there is to always, if you're kind of examining a vendor, is to ask them exactly that. Like, why exactly are you applying artificial intelligence in this manner and to solve this problem? Could this problem be solved without artificial intelligence? Are there places within your product that you intentionally do not use artificial intelligence? So for us, it's just as important to know where we are applying it as it is to know where we're not applying it. For example, we can apply artificial intelligence to help structure unstructured data. We can use artificial intelligence to scan a CV resume and extrapolate kind of some of the skill sets and capabilities contained within it, some of the skill recommendations. But whenever we're performing matching of an individual to a job, for example, on the Skype side, that is a white box algorithm that does not apply any sort of predictive artificial intelligence, specifically because we want to avoid any sort of bias that could emerge from looking at previous historic successes and certain populations that historically might have been more successful in the labor market and extrapolating that to future results. So a good question to ask vendors when evaluating this is not only where do you use AI, but where do you not use AI, and why are you intentional about not using it there? The other reflection that I've had kind of in working with organizations over this time is that in most cases, they recognize that they are not the experts in the kind of artificial intelligence space, and they will look to vendors, but they will also look to governments. They will look to organizations out there for best practices, for standards, for something that can validate. What is the standard that we should be holding our vendors to, and what is and how do we ensure that we're getting really something ethical, transparent, and explainable? One of the ways that we've addressed it as an organization is actually by publishing our own ethical AI standard. We call it the Midas framework, and this is something the Midas certification, something that we share actually with our clients up front that provides a view into the key principles for artificial intelligence application and development at SkyHive. It involves examinations, for instance, and maybe I can just share a quick. Maybe I can just quickly share it here. It involves examinations of every step of the process, effectively, where we are using artificial intelligence and how we're ensuring that that it's explainable from start to finish. For instance, if we're going through the actual training stage, that we're applying ethical feature engineering, that we have model debugging occurring, that our algorithms are bias aware. When we're validating models, that we're testing for compliance, we have human-in-the-loop checking. When we're deploying, we're ensuring careful model release management. Even when the models are being applied through an API layer, for example, that the APIs are explainable. And then the constant monitoring for both model performance as well as any sort of model drift and analysis and debugging. So, and there's quite a bit of material that we actually kind of put out there and put in front of our clients in terms of what are the key principles that we apply. How do we apply them? How do we test them? And really allowing our clients then to be able to come to us and not only informing them on what we're doing, but informing them on what else we can be doing and are planning on doing. So really to elevate the level of discussion around ethical and transparent artificial intelligence with clients. So this leads to the second question that I recommend asking any AI vendor when considering them is there a best practices framework that you follow or publish when developing or applying your use of artificial intelligence? Now, if we look at the last theme that I want to talk about here is just being cognizant of the potential impact that that artificial intelligence can have when applied within a client context and when kind of commercialized. And I'll share a couple of examples of interesting kind of scenarios that we've seen occurring through our interactions with clients and when we've gone to market with this technology. One early engagement we did was with the federal government of Canada. It was an analysis for Industry Canada. We were helping them develop the national occupational standards, ironically for artificial intelligence jobs, quantum computing jobs, and cybersecurity jobs. And as part of developing those standard occupational standards, we were scanning across the entirety of the Canadian labor market for occurrences of quantum computing skill sets. And our theory there, we were positing that a skill-based approach would yield more results than a title-based approach, and that our engine could actually scan the market at a skill level. Lo and behold, we were right. There were only something like 21 actual jobs published at the time with a quantum computing title, with quantum computing in the title, quantum computing engineer, quantum computing analyst. But when the same search was performed through a skill lens of jobs published with quantum computing, we found jobs published with titles like PhD candidate, researcher, lithographic engineer, research associate, that actually within the descriptions contained terminology specific to quantum computing that we could then infer were actually quantum computing roles. Now, that's sort of the background. To highlight the interesting, I guess, kind of impact this sort of technology can have, as part of doing that exercise, there was a data point that kept occurring that was leading to some pause for us. Our data collection engine and our skill inference engine was detecting a cluster of skills in a very kind of rural location that wasn't really connected to any kind of major technology or known technology hub, where it was picking up on that there was a cluster of folks living there that had skill sets and capabilities around quantum computing and quantum computing research. And at first, we thought that instead was an anomaly. Then, when digging deeper into it, we actually discovered that there was basically a quantum computing research facility there, a nondescript facility that wasn't publicly advertised, that wasn't being kind of publicized anywhere, but that actually employed a kind of a hub of individuals working there for one of the leading organizations in the space. And that led us to thinking that, kind of that reinforced us this core message around that whenever we're applying a technology that can lead to that can be this powerful, that can lead to these insights, like this could have defense applications, this can have implications on on competitive analysis, this can have implications on people's livelihoods and abilities to perform their roles. We wanted to absolutely be set the highest, not just meet the bar of ethical standard, but sort of be the bar and set the bar so that effectively, as a B corporation at heart, like we don't want to be making a negative impact on people through this technology, and we want to be going to our clients, going to the market, and talking to people about setting that standard extremely high, so that everyone across the field applies the standard as well. Not just for the kind of competitive differentiation elements of it, but simply even just for ethical standards and as a social enterprise. That's something that is very important to us. Another kind of example of where we've seen like a path to the dark side, quote unquote, potentially kind of opening up around this, that again we kind of put a stop to and said no to, was around actually hedge funds approaching us for optimization of certain kind of market trading and prediction algorithms based on human capital patterns in the market. And while a very interesting use case there, it's really not at the core of what we're doing as an organization, which is reskilling people, helping people identify their capabilities, helping unlock economic potential, helping them to earn a livelihood and find ways to progress that livelihood. But you can easily see how, with these vast quantities of data, with coverage of international markets, with granular individual level kind of skill footprints and data sets, that a technology like this could be very powerful. And if the right standards aren't applied, the right ethical AI, transparent and explainable AI standards aren't applied, that it could have an impact that is disproportionate. So that wraps up a little bit about I've given an overview about the company. I've talked a little bit about how we've seen the sophistication of vendors improve. We've gone through kind of two questions. One was around understanding where AI is used and where it isn't used. One is around understanding if there's a framework in place, put in place by a vendor. And the third question that I'd add to that as a result of this kind of this last point is asking the question, what is the potential impact that your artificial intelligence technology could have if the right standards aren't applied? And if your vendor is being honest, if they can answer that question honestly, that they are aware that that the technology, if applied incorrectly, could have negative and adverse impacts, and these are the steps they're taking to ensure that doesn't happen, then that indicates that they've thought about it. That indicates that that there's that alignment there.
Great, thank you, Sergey. Very interesting talk on practical responsible AI in place. So we have several questions. The first one is from Tracey Lauriault. I don't know if you want to read it directly.
Yeah, so the question is there an institution or organization in Canada like Fair.org that oversees and governs digital labor and the platform economy, which intermediates the work of food delivery, ride-hailing, job outsourcing systems, data labeling, and a range of other gig-related work or labor surveillance systems? How to balance labor rights and platform AI automation of work? How ought this be done, and who ought to be regulated? Yeah, so that's a great question. I'm not familiar with this particular organization for the oversight of labor. It's absolutely a key question around where labor and artificial intelligence and technology intersect. We've seen some certain organizations, certain conflicts occurring in terms of the application of that AI and the rights of people, their ability to earn a living, their freedoms, their capabilities, etc. We definitely see the state of the market as evolving and governments as becoming more and more sophisticated over time to these standards. We believe it is a matter of time until there is a global standard. Right now, it's still a bit more of a national level patchwork, and some of the work that we're doing through the Global Partnership for Artificial Intelligence is actually helping to push and help develop the global standard for ethical and transparent use of artificial intelligence. So GPAI, that organization that I mentioned earlier, it was a G7 ratified organization that was initiated between France and Canada that has now brought more organizations to the table, more countries to the table that are working on that kind of global standard. I definitely see the inevitability of that global standard emerging. And what organizations should be doing to prepare is very closely tracking how those standards are developing over time. And as mentioned previously, either applying a best practice framework that's out there right now, or even kind of going out with their own framework of the best practice that they're applying. In any case, they need to be very conscious and cognizant of exactly where and how they are applying artificial intelligence, and very transparent with both clients and the general public about how it's being used. And that's one of the beauties of the CascadAI AI commitment, is it allows a channel effectively to do both of those things.
Yeah, the GPAI, I'm part of that, and now there are 20 countries, but one problem is that doesn't include the US, China, and Russia. So without the three, it's very hard to have global standards, because they always have some kind of veto or economical power to not basically enforce them. And that's why we have problems in climate change and many other global topics. So the second question is excellent point ground around where and when not to apply AI. How do you persuade a business leader to slow down and develop solutions to the ethical challenges of bias before jumping into the deployment phase? I think it's a great practical question, because you always have the money incentive to do fast until you make it, like some companies will say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd say probably the best lever to push there is around kind of the risk aversion. So looking at the market, looking at other organizations, looking at scenarios and cases where somebody has applied artificial intelligence and they haven't thought through the bias before applying it, that has led to poor results down the line. For example, there was a large recruitment company that I believe it was 2 years ago was using artificial intelligence to match people to roles, and very publicly somebody did analysis of it and found that the best predictor of whether the technology would give a thumbs up or thumbs down was whether you went to a particular set of colleges and whether you played lacrosse in high school. So that ended up resulting in backlash, negative publicity. Their stock price went down. They yanked that artificial intelligence system, and ultimately had a negative impact on the business. So if business leaders are kind of rushing headlong down a path of implementing artificial intelligence without applying those best practices and without slowing down to develop the ethical standards, then probably the best lever to cause them to slow down is to remind them of that. To bring up examples of things like this occurring and pull on that risk aversion lever to indicate that sometimes slow is fast.
So SkyHub was one of the earliest adopters of the CascadAI commitment. So some person asked, how has the CascadAI commitment informed your approach within your company, and what did the conversation around responsible AI look like before and after engaging with CascadAI?
Yeah, absolutely. So prior to the CascadAI commitment, we were looking for ways to publicly indicate that alignment with the ethical, transparent, and explainable use of artificial intelligence. So we were already kind of down the path when the commitment was created. But when it came up to us, this to us showed this great opportunity to very publicly and very transparently provide that commitment to the broader market. It also provided an avenue for clients that are familiar with that CascadAI commitment to be to validate that that we're in compliance with it, or that we're public proponents of it. It's something that we've put in every single slide deck, pretty much, that we presented to a client since the day that we've made that commitment, and it's given us a platform and a channel to be vocal about it. So it's something that we're very grateful for.
Do you think it also gives you some marketing advantage?
Yes, definitely. I touched on this earlier around the competitive differentiation aspect of it. To us, the competitive differentiation is secondary as a social impact enterprise, but it certainly has helped. The other aspect is even outside of a marketing perspective, just for business best practice, compliance often, from that risk mitigation perspective, will have positive impacts down the line. For example, there are certain organizations that we've encountered that clients have perceived as competitive, that when you look at their level of compliance with ethical artificial intelligence, if it's not quite there, that's led to negative impacts across client implementations in the past, and that's led to a competitive advantage to us in the very real practical business sense as well. So not just from the marketing perspective, but even the CascadAI posing these questions and having that commitment made, I see us being able to elevate the standard of a company and have an impact in a very real business sense.
Yeah, really great to hear that. And I think responsible AI should be something like fair price or something that people appreciate, that we need to do more in the future. So we have a last question. How do you encourage your AI vendor to deal responsibly with the trade-off between privacy and transparency? For example, in the case of the undisclosed quantum research lab. I don't know if all people knows about that example.
Yeah, so the trade-off between privacy and transparency. There I draw kind of a very strict line around personal identifiable information, personal data, that being held extremely private, and organization-specific and sensitive data being held very private. Within our system, we have the notion of client-specific and organizational data, which is never applied, for example, in terms of artificial intelligence and model training. And we have broader, publicly collected, anonymized, collected under best practices and ethical AI data, which is held in a completely separate pool. So to us, we make a very clear distinction of this is data that will be necessarily kept extremely private, and then this is data that can be leveraged. And for the explainability, we pride ourselves and we recommend full explainability of the actual algorithms, the models themselves, and the model training, where the data is coming from, how it's being applied, and for what purpose. So that I believe that there does not necessarily need to be a trade-off if that segmentation is done properly.
Yeah, so I have a question myself on explainability. So in the keynote by Shneiderman, he mentions the problem of post-fact explanation that maybe are not the real explanations, like making a story, like especially in health. If you have seen basically this typical medical series where you have the one symptom that can be 10 different illnesses, and then you need to come up with different explanation until you get to the right one, typical house, for example. How do you feel about that in practice? Like when you have to make an explanation and you really, it's a guess. And it's a good guess, but it's still a guess.
I'd say if you do have to do that, then you would need to be transparent about how you came to that conclusion and to the level of confidence that you actually have in it. If you are making an informed guess as a result of kind of the outputs of a black box model, that is what you should be disclosing to your clients. If, on the other hand, you are using white box and more explainable models and more explainable algorithms, then you should actually be able to walk them through the decision-making process that's occurring within that algorithm to reach that point. But in the case where there's something that you're not aware of, where there's an inference being made where you are making a guess, that's something that as a vendor you be responsible for disclaiming.
Well, thank you, Sergey, for being here and for a great presentation. Well, partial presentation. So thank you. So let's invite again Bethany Edmunds, the creator of the CascadAI commitment. So if there's no noise there, maybe you can have the final words about CascadAI, and then I will mention what will happen in the future.
Sure. I want to say thank you for putting this on. We've had the luxury or the experience of having it in Seattle and Vancouver and all across North America. So and in London. So really great for you to put it on across Canada. I really thank you for that. Thank you for everybody who came and spoke to our initiative. I do, for those that are interested and have heard about the value of the Cascadia commitment, please engage Cascade.ai, the website. Information about the commitment is on there. And just look at it for your organization. I think it's really a valuable stepping stone for saying, okay, what do I need to do? Where am I going from here? And it really leads the dialogue. So I thank you for giving me credit for it, but it was a group of individuals that had worked on it, including the Open Robo Ethics Institute, which is now out of McGill, that looked at some key frameworks to say, okay, what are the questions that you need to ask your organization to move forward? And like I said, there are 3 stages to it. So the first one is committing to it and just saying, yes, my organization is going to look at that. Step 1 is, okay, here's what I think we should do. Here's where we're going to go in our organization. And then the steps after that are, okay, how are we committing resources? How are we going to look back on it? So please reach out to myself, so b.edmunds@Northeastern, or again, engage on the Cascade.ai website to get any sort of support that you need to take on the commitment.
Thank you, Bethany. And we also have some questions for the audience, because we're interested in your feedback. So any generic questions that we can answer about the CascadAI commitment now, we have Bethany and I are here. And also we would like to know any feedback and suggestions for the next event. So put your answers before we end in the Q&A. But if anyone wants to do generic questions, that's the moment, or any feedback, positive or negative, constructive or not, please go ahead now. So what will happen in the near future? So we will have some workshops. We will send to all the participants the workshop that we will have on responsible AI in the future. Bethany and us have prepared material for that, so be ready to participate. And also we will have everything of this event recorded, so we will be available both in the Institute website, ai.northeastern.edu, and also in the Cascade.ai website. So all of the material will be there for other people. I thought we had a great talks. I mean, the morning and the afternoon was very interesting. So and was complementary. First was like the vision of people that is not in computer science, and then we had a more technical industry applied way to do responsible AI. So I think it was a good complement, and we had basically people talking from British Columbia to Quebec. So also we have a good inclusion of people. I don't know if we have any questions now or comments. So people is shy. You can contact Bethany or you can contact me too. My email is public in the web. You just need to search. And also we have a contact page on the Experiential AI Institute. And we have also the all information about the responsible AI services that we're giving now to several companies and to any company that wants to work with us. Very important, we are launching next week the first global AI ethics board that anyone in the world can use. We don't have enough AI ethics experts that can have, for example, all companies with an ethics board. There are very few that really know about this new world. And then we will provide the best ethics board in the world for all people that need critical ethical advice on using AI. So basically, to answer the question that was posed at the end, what we do if we have an issue. So you have a question from the audience. I guess that's better for you, Bethany.
Sure. So what's unique about CascadAI, and how will it need to be changed? Okay. So I think that the reason why Cascade.ai came out was both as a community and the commitment, because I think this is something that we can't solve together. Many people spoke to the need for diversity, diverse viewpoints, diverse backgrounds, and how there's no right answer. There's no one solution, right? So I think that it's really important for people to recognize that we need to be open to our failures as well as our successes. The transparency and community is a really big part of that. So signing up to attend these events, being able to network and get to know the people in your in your town, and who are the people that you maybe in your industry that are doing some similar things. And it really allows us to share and to learn. And then to the question of will it need to change to be scaled to the international playing field? So it is very broad. It's all about what the organization feels is right for them. So if you look at the actual steps that you're to take, it isn't an answer. It's more of questions that you need to walk through. And then it's whether your organization feels that's enough. So it could just be we're only going to look at this tiny part of our organization, or we're going to look at the whole procurement process in our like any sort of software acquisition. So I think it's about really risk mitigation for your organization, and then just helping walk through those pieces. So it's not, so I don't even think I'd call it a framework so much as a process of inquiry, and making sure that you're evaluating it. And so just by saying that you have to commit resources and you need to communicate with individuals in your community, and work with people that are also trying to do this to continue to strive to be better. In that case, I think that can apply to everybody, right? The golden rule can apply to a lot of things. But we do, and we have previously had conversations about what does this look like globally. We have partners from Latin America. Fairlac has talked about what this looks like in that context. Michael Runwell was mentioned earlier. He's also at Northeastern, and he has founded Indigenous in AI, and what does it look like from an Indigenous context, specifically a Native North American. And so it is really important to recognize as you go around the world, ethics means something different, responsible AI means something different. And so that's why it's all about where are you going, and not just, where is your company based, but where do you hope to deploy to, and how does this apply in those places? So it's all about continuing to ask these questions and trying to strive to be better.
Yeah, to complement your answer, I think that these questions are like human rights. I think we all agree on these are the right questions to make. And then the way to answer those questions and to operationalize these questions may be different because of culture. For example, maybe in Germany you want to have a faster self-driving car because they like speed. But in India, they would like to have a Buddhist car that takes care even about cows and will not even touch a person because no harm has to be done. So I think we can agree on the questions, but then every location, every culture, even every language and every religion and so on basically will get different answers. But these will make the questions. Today, in most cases, these questions are not being asked. And that's, I think, the main problem. So if there are no more questions, thank you, Bethany, for starting this wonderful initiative. Thank you all for attending, and we hope that you are coming to our next event and keep looking for the email about the workshops that we will implement. Thank you.
So why we wanted to take the step to sign the Cascadia commitment was because it was one of the first of its kind. It was an organization that was focused on bringing in other organizations that were wanting to be proud public proponents of the ethical and responsible use of artificial intelligence. And for us, we couldn't have been happier. It wasn't even a second thought for us that we wanted to become part of the inaugural group to sign the commitment. The benefit to this is that it creates, think of it like a personal trainer. So, when you want to lose a couple of pounds, you go out and you say, we are going to lose a couple of pounds, and you say that publicly. And that sets a level of discipline, a level of rigor in terms of how you want to operate. And so this was really the intention for SkyHive. Just like we're extreme proponents of security and security auditing and compliance, privacy auditing and compliance, CascadAI was one of the pioneers in terms of bringing together a public declaration of intent. And so it only made sense that SkyHive, given our DNA and given our mission to be an ethical AI organization, become inaugural signatories of the commitment.
So how can the commitment add value to companies? Well, what we need at this point in the development of AI is leadership. And so it's our belief that we can't really rely on the government to regulate AI and the ethics of it in every detail to ensure that society isn't entirely protected from the most potentially negative impacts of new technologies. It really is up to the companies that are creating these technologies to be mindful of what they can do and can't do. And so we see it as an opportunity for leadership, frankly, of just companies who understand that technology has a lot of power, and thus you need to be very intentional about where you're directing that technology. And so I think joining the commitment is a way that companies can tell the community and certainly folks that they're recruiting and wanting to join their company, join their mission, that they're really intentional about issues like this. And as a result, they're going to attract really smart people, those with empathy and understanding for where technology fits in the kind of bigger picture of society. So I think it's a fantastic way for companies to really engage in the community in the right way and attract really A players to support their work.
The CascadAI commitment, just being a part of it, has added tremendous value to us. It at the very beginning opened our eyes to not only the value and importance of this, but for the need for, again, us to be thought leaders and to help promote it. In addition to that, we've been connected with a number of folks we never would have even known about, that's helped kind of drive our business forward and drive forward our approach and thinking in how we use data and AI responsibly. It definitely can be a challenge for organizations to fully understand what it means to use AI responsibly and ethically. I believe there is a great opportunity for the CascadAI organization to help educate early stage to large enterprise organizations on what exactly this means. Simply publishing information, continuing to have and hold events, continuing to advocate for the proper use of data and AI responsibly, I think is a huge opportunity and much needed in the world.